諸軍総大将官名より全蘇兵に次ぐこたびの栄えある海戦の一陣、我ら蘇軍が受けたまった。
なんだこのバカでけえ声は。隣の戦場だぞ。
この戦で秦は滅ぶ。この戦は深く歴史に刻まれること間違いない。この大戦の口火を切る誉れ高き者は林北貴様だ。おう、
先方は。
よっしゃよっしゃ。我が名はその豪将林北。
林武君、そこか。同金の敵は。
我こそこの壮大な戦の幕を開ける者である。死を揺るがすのは誰か。天を震わすのは誰か。沈め戦軍。戦軍突撃じゃ。将軍に続け。
さすが公将軍、そうこなくったよ。俺たちも続くぞ。突撃だ戦隊。この大戦の口火を切るのは俺たちだ。
Yo, what's up? What's up? This your guy, Ray Hanma, one versus a million. I'm not your fan. I'm not your stand for. I am brother. Thank you for coming through for the Geek-verse news. Oh, man. Yeah, so as we're going to dive into everything Geekdom, yes, and as you guys can see within the description, I don't know why I got booted out by Rumble, but yeah, I'm back. So, yeah. And as you see in the description, this is multiple reviews we'll be talking about. So, and that is Invincible. Oh man, Invincible and The Boys. Giving my review also Baki though. This latest season of the Invincible Summer arc. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys my review of that, even though we talked about it over there on the Rumble side when we had anime night. But yeah, so and before and speaking and before we get into that, this is to bring you guys over to the movie night, to the anime night that we'll be having, and that is we'll be going back into our series of Kingdom, season 3, starting off at episode 21, and then we'll be ending that season. I've been trying to get the movie, one of the movies of Kingdom. Um, I'm able to get it, but I'm having a problem with um, trying to find it in subtitles because the way I have to watch it, some of you may have this too, where if you watch all this shit free like I do, you have to add the subtitles on there in order for you to watch it. So they have a feature on there, for you to be able to do that. And then when you cast it onto from your phone to your TV, those subtitles will also appear there as well. But so I'm trying to figure out a way of how to find it where the subtitles is already embedded. So yeah, so we can check that out. You guys will check that out with me for the first time. So yeah, 'cause, like I said, that'll be my first time watching any of the movies of Kingdom, the live action movies that came out. And I think it was like what, 4 of them, I believe. So yeah, we're definitely gonna be diving into that one, yes sir. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe, and hit the follow for over here on the Rumble side. And yeah. And so, but before I dive into these reviews, also we got some videos to cover. In the Geek-verse, we got to cover, man. So there's a bunch of stuff to talk about. All right, there's a bunch of stuff, man. We got to talk about. So, and then speaking of which, yeah. So here we go, and we will be talking about the oh, I don't think it's right to call it that, but the comics explained controversy. And yeah, so now I'll be giving my thoughts about that. So yeah, I want to give a shout out to Rob. You know what I mean? Because I've been watching Rob for about, oh shit, man, 5.5 or 6 years. Yeah, man. So and all of this, that's been going on with him. This whole little social media bullshit situation that's been going on with him. This is like all new to me. So um, I don't really say, "Hey, never meet your heroes" type of thing or whatever. But yeah, but I'll give my take on that. But I want to share a video that he came out with recently, very recently. Um, two videos, in fact, that he came out with from the past 2 days. So I want to cover that, man. Get this out the way, so we can dive into the more fun and exciting, topics. So into our reviews and some other videos that I haven't seen yet. That I would like to share with you guys relating to the last time what we had on the last Geek-verse news. So, so in relation to the Geek-verse news, because these guys are both geeks, but it's I look at this as like liberal civil war. uh, the 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 geek edition. So yeah, so let's go ahead and get started, man. All right. So hopefully you guys can hear me well. Hopefully you guys can hear me clear. I'm coming through. So yeah, my picture still ain't showing up for some reason. Let me see. Check it out. A little laggy. Yeah. Oh, up here. But yeah, but let's get into it, man. All right. So yeah, I had to edit this too. I'm not gonna share like the whole video, the whole live stream he did, which was like basically almost a good hour. So yeah, I had to chop it up. So yeah, but I mean, but shout out to Rob, respect to him and everything, because I came to him, and it was, he was one of the channels that have provided a great outlet. There's a lot of stuff in the geek verse that basically, there's been so like I'll use elated and cathartic, very relaxing to a degree, you know, where you can take your mind off of, a lot of, give your mind a break from a lot of personal shit, things that we need to cope. Yes, man, So, and these are one of the genres, that we use to cope, to regroup, I guess, what I mean, to calm our nerves and to, you guys get what I'm saying. So yeah, and and I appreciate for that. What I mean, and it's also too a joy of comic channels like him. Where they give you like a whole like wealth of knowledge, man, of characters, man. Uh, characters you haven't heard of before, characters you've forgotten about, and Rob in particular talks about it in a specific way that it calls you to gravitate towards him, towards the content that he's delivering, and in this specific way, he has it to where through that gravitation, it just is there because you get a joy out of hearing and receiving the enthusiasm that he's dishing out. So yeah, and for all that, man, I appreciate you for all that. But I gotta, but brother Rob, I gotta, check you on some things. So, um, I mean, as a brother. So, like I said, I'm not a fan. I'm not just stand for. I am brother. That's the motto. And so, yeah, here we go. I will be sharing this right here. So, yeah, fair use and shout out to Rob, Comics Explain.
That's right. For all the people who will probably inevitably come over from Ernie's channel. Um, well, that's okay. So that's kind of where I'm toward. We'll talk about the political stance of the comic here in a second. Um, the guitar. Shit, I don't know. There's a couple of them. That one over there I got from a buddy of mine, Hamed, and that one over there I think I bought at Guitar Center. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so here's how I found the antagonist for those of you guys who are curious about it. And then actually I want to answer the question why I started covering more Black indie comics, because that's been a big question that's been circulating around too. So it is a plant. All right, stop distracting me. I have ADD. So the way I found the antagonists was once I started covering Black, or once I decided to start covering Black indie comics, I did this Google search, right? And it was just like great Black indie comics, right? Is really all it was. And the antagonist was the first one to catch my attention. And what was really cool about it, at least what grabbed my attention, was that the comic was marketed. The summary was something like, "What if the people you think are the heroes are actually the villains?" And I mean, as usual with indie comics, the marketing was pretty bad because, as you guys know from when we covered the antagonist, that they're not really villains per se, like not in a meaningful way. Honestly, what I loved about the antagonist was that it kind of presented the question: what happens when a group is pushed too far? Right. I mean, I think Ernie was pointing the idea, the fact like the family's called the evils, right? And he's just like, yeah, see, they're called the evils. I mean, I guess if that's the thing you want to cling on to, what I liked about the antagonists is that over the course of the comic, at least the first two issues that we covered, they keep talking about the idea. Yeah, I guess like emancipating poet. Yeah, apparently he's MAGA. I don't know. I haven't looked into him. Like, I mean, I don't know anything about him, but yeah, so the way it's billed and the way it's presented is that the antagonists kind of represent this almost personification of the question: what happens when a group has had enough? Right? Like, what happens when a group has finally had enough? And that's one of the things that I liked. They kept drawing it, and I think it's one of the things that Ernie skimmed over. I don't know how I feel about that. The whole idea behind the comic is that I can't remember their names anymore. But the two main stars, right, the guy and the girl, they have powers, and they end up like attacking the government with the intention of overthrowing it. But it almost kind of follows this mentality of how Black Americans have been oppressed historically in the United States, which is true, and that they were just going to force the country to change. And there's this point in the comic when they talk about the idea of, they expected us to be villains, so we became villains or something along those lines. To me, I think it was cool that it was almost kind of, we'll do, like, if we have to be bad guys in order to make the country change, then we will become bad guys, right? I like that idea of it. And what I kind of wrestle with, this is why I wrestle with what Ernie said in the idea of, Tyler Martin, apparently being a MAGA guy. But the merit of the story is because I feel like this is one of those instances when you separate the art from the artist. And I know that's not a popular statement to make, right? That's not like a very, I know it's not a very popular statement to make, not in this day and age. From Ernie's perspective, regardless of what the story says, the guy who wrote it comes from a particular political viewpoint. And that's the problem, right? What the message is in the comic is irrelevant in the face of the person who wrote it. And I don't know that I felt that. I don't know that I feel that way. I don't know that I feel that way about the comic, because I think the comic is a story about Black superheroes who have just had enough, right? And I think that's cool. But it does kind of change the way that I see how the comic was handled. I just simply want to take that second to kind of clear the air that, like, yeah, I had no clue that that guy was on that fringe. One of the things that Ernie pointed out, and I don't know how I feel about this, Ernie pointed out the fact that he presented as a kind of condemnation that there was a point where Tyler Martin had apparently tweeted out a heartbreak emoji and rest in peace to when Charlie Kirk, when everything happened with Charlie Kirk. And Ernie seemed to take that as a condemnation. Like, see how bad this guy is. Look at how he handled, the passing of Charlie Kirk. I don't know how I feel about that, man. I mean, I was never in that camp, right? I mean, myself, Charlie Kirk, we would never see eye to eye. Right? We do not share the same political views. But I don't know that I would have championed what happened to him, right? That seems pretty bad. Like, I don't know that I would condemn a person who expressed empathy about what happened. Like, I don't know that I would condemn that person. Now, if a person came along, I don't. If a person came along and they were like hyping it up, or a person came along and they were, no, I'm not going to cover Rippleverse. That's not going to happen. Well, I mean, Tyler Martin's Black, you know. But yeah, if a person came along and they had championed it, what happened, with Charlie Kirk, I probably would have condemned that. And or at least personally, I would have condemned that. And if a person came along and was like, we need to, like, go full force into everything that he believed, I don't know that I would support that either. But to the main point, this is why I'm finicky with live streams, because I have ADD, so my thoughts kind of go everywhere. To the main point of condemning a heartbreak emoji and rest in peace over the death of Charlie Kirk, to me, that comes across as more of expressing empathy over a senseless act of political violence, right? I don't know that I would condemn that, right? I don't know that I would condemn that. But oh, you guys are just sending messages. Okay, let me get a drink of water because my mouth is getting dry. Yeah, I don't know that I can support political violence in that way, but I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't support that. Having said that, let's talk about why I started covering more Black indie comics, right? So, because that's kind of been a question that's been circulating around the internet for a little while, ever since I started doing it, right? I will say at the outset, yeah, the Dakota incident, and I think Valzad was just kind of like, I could certainly do more, but it didn't really feel like it was coming from a place of being genuine, right? To be honest with you guys, it felt like it was a response to, like, all the backlash and everything. As to why I started focusing more on Black indie comics now as opposed to before. So what ended up happening in the midst of all the chaos and all the pandemonium, right, and all of that, I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he was like, you know what you should do? And I was like, what? And he was like, you should hit up FD Signifier. You should sit down and have a conversation with FD Signifier. So for those of you guys who don't know who do any of you guys know who FD Signifier is?
What the hell, man?
Yeah, I'm excited for Punisher. One last kill. Yeah, do any of you guys know who FD Signifier is? No clue? Okay. So FD Signifier is very much a boots on the ground, deeply rooted within the Black community content creator. But he's not one of these content creators where he's like, hey, I read some stuff once, let me tell you about it. No, not really. As far as I'm aware, and this is to the best of my knowledge, he's got like a degree in sociology. I think he was involved in social work. He's been an educator. And so all that basically contributes to like a lived experience. Yeah, I'm not aware that Signifier has like a life and times video of FD Signifier. I would watch it if he did. I think it would be dope, right? If he did. But I'm not aware that he has a life and times video, for himself. But I simply say that to say that when it comes to the various issues that are faced by the Black community, both presently and historically, he is extremely knowledgeable about that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, he knows his shit.
Bullshit.
That's exactly it. And so a couple of friends of mine are huge fans of him, and it's important to know, like, and I think, I need to be transparent. I was aware of him casually, right? In the sense that, like, he is a creator in the space. He focuses mostly on discussions of culture, different things like that as they relate to the Black community. And he also talks about other things, the manosphere and Black MAGA and so on and so forth. But I would not describe myself as like a hardcore fan or even like a regular watcher of his videos. But I ended up, he actually made a video about everything on his FD Streams channel. Honestly, I would give Signifier a chance. I would watch more of his content. But for those of you guys who don't know, he runs a live stream on Twitch, and he has a channel called FD Streams where he basically just like takes out segments of his live stream and ends up, throwing it out there for everybody to see. And so, have I ever listened, watched consciously? I have not, but I'll check him out now. But he ended up making a video about everything that was going on. And some of the stuff in there was inaccurate, and some of it was valid criticism, and some of it was right, like any video. I did like it because it was pretty down the middle, right? Like, I thought it was pretty dope because it was a pretty down the middle type of video. You could tell because it was in a live stream, you could tell from the way he was interacting in the video that his audience was kind of going like pretty far to one side. But actually, a lot of people care. Like, I'll be honest, I've actually gained more subscribers over my Black indie comic videos, or indie comic videos in general, than I have in my regular videos. I've gained way more subscribers off of that than I have. Like, it's nuts. Like, I gained, I think, about 100 or 200 more subscribers off of the video that I did on the ordeal, and the video that I did on well, actually, no, Vegas Baby's coming out later on today. I haven't released that yet. But yeah, I got a lot more subscribers off of that. But I kind of sidetracked myself. Anyway, yeah, so he made a, like, you could tell from the way his fans were acting, that they were kind of like going to a pretty, far side. And he was kind of reeling them back. Like, guys, like, you don't know anything about this guy. All you know is what you've been told. And so he kind of starts offering his own thoughts through it all. Now, the video is cut up because, again, it's from a live stream, and that's usually, what he does. But I hit him up in his live stream, and I was like, hey, man, let's have a conversation. And he was like, sure, and he's like, we don't have to make it into content. So that's why it wasn't live streamed or anything like that. But yeah, we sit down and have like this like 2.5 hour long conversation, which was really, really cool. And there were two things that come out of it. I'm not going to go into the full conversation, right? But it was one of the best conversations I've had in my life. And I think he really enjoyed it as well. But there were, yeah, I need to stay on track. There were two big things, at least for me on a personal level, that came out of it. The first one was that I didn't understand why it is that people who saw me following them immediately assumed that by doing so, that I somehow supported them. Right, because to me it was a differentiation, right? It was a I don't know. To me, the idea of actively supporting people like that means platforming them. It means giving them an audience, right? Bringing them onto my channel, or promoting their videos and like my community posts, or on my Twitter feed, like retweeting the things that they say and all that kind of stuff. And I think the fact that I had been following them for a period of time and no one knew was a direct indicator of the fact that I had never actively promoted them. That being said, I mean, I still stick by the same things I always stuck by, right? Like, I don't share their worldview, right? I'm not, we don't see the world eye to eye. But the fact is that they are in my space. And there were certainly instances when, okay. So we'll address that here in a second. There were certainly instances where they would make a point that would send me down a train of thought or something along those lines. But by and large, most everything they said, I would just disagree with, right? But they are in my space. And that's the reason why I follow them and I don't follow other people like that. But what was really cool, and one of the things that he brought up is he was talking about how for a lot of people in the online space, following someone is the same as endorsing them. Because for a lot of people out there, which by the way, is a stream good? It's kind of, it looks like it's fluctuating. Because for a lot of people out there, who they are online is a direct reflection of who they are in the real world, right? And so there is no differentiation there. For me, I always kind of considered the idea that I could just follow people like that, but not agree with them, right? Just to observe what they say and to be aware of what they say. And I think that a lot of people took that to mean that if I followed them, that I supported everything, which I don't know if I agree with that. I don't agree with the idea that I support everything they say, because I don't. And I think it was an important thing to understand that while I think it is important to listen to what the other side says, it does not by any standard of measurement mean that I would need to know their side on certain things. For example, I don't need to know that people on that side stand against trans rights to know that I'm right about it, right? I don't need to know that people on that side stand against racial equality to know that I'm right to support racial equality. I don't need to follow them to know that, right? But they are in my space. They do have takes, and there have certainly been comic book related takes or criticisms of a comic book movie that I may find myself agreeing with. But I think that the difficulty there was people accepting the fact that you can agree with something someone says and then disagree with something else they say, right? And so people just wanted to kind of believe that I agreed with everything, which was weird to me. But nonetheless, right? I digress. Yeah, I digress. And I will say, one of the things that kind of stood out to me, I will say, all the people who were calling me out, I feel like they did way more to promote those guys than I ever did. I've never promoted them, but I think they did way more to promote those guys. I think because of how big everything blew up, there were a lot more people who became aware of them than before everything blew up. I don't know. I think there were a lot more people who became aware of them because of all that drama that unfolded. But to the second point, so I'll phrase it this way in saying that I walked away from the conversation feeling this way, because I don't want to put words in Signifier's mouth in saying that this is something he explicitly said. But to the idea of covering more Black indie comics, there was a point in that conversation where, because of how that conversation went down, I've always shied away from the idea that I'm the king of the comic book landscape, right? That I'm the king of at least the comic book YouTube landscape. I've always shied away from that. Yes, I get I'm the biggest content creator. That's fine, right? I mean, that's it's whatever. But I always presented myself as the guy who always just, I don't know, makes I just make videos about comic books. But Signifier seemingly brought up a good point that I don't know if he was hitting it directly or kind of beating around it, but it was the idea of, given where I'm at and the position that I'm in and how much influence and impact I have, I do have the ability to shine a light on indie comics and even Black indie comics in a way that no one else in the comic book YouTube space can do. Right? I have the ability to do that in a way that nobody else could do. And I sat there and thought about that for 2 weeks. And I was like, that's actually a really good point. Right? I don't know. I don't know if I would say I have a responsibility to do it. But when I was thinking about that, I was like, I could do that. And so why not do that? What would be the reason not to? And so that's really it. I mean, it wasn't some grand awakening, out there in the world. It wasn't I went to go meet with monks and saw the world in a new light. No, it was just a very salient point. And that's what was so fascinating about that whole conversation. And that's why I just started focusing more on Black indie comics. It wasn't really because of like social pressure. It wasn't really because of people on social media. I guess maybe it just kind of, pushed me down that path. But yeah, it was really fascinating to me. But yeah, that's why I say, I mean, the whole video that at least the one that Ernie just released, I think is kind of continuing the trend of videos that he was making, where I think he was just trying to paint me as a racist, to be honest. Right. I think that what Ernie was doing is he was saying Rob follows two people like that. And if he didn't like them, he wouldn't follow them. He could just look them up. I guess to me, the question is like, what's the difference between like typing their name into Twitter and then looking up what they say on Twitter and like following them on Twitter? I already did talk to Signifier. We were talking about that. But I think, in the video that Ernie's making now and in the video he was making before, I mean, he was just trying to paint me as a racist, right? Which kind of sucks, to be honest, because I don't know. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of that. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, it's fine, but my Twitter's funny. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I don't really even know what the purpose of this video was, to be honest with you. Um, He was calling me a fence sitter. Okay, so I think that goes into a fundamental misunderstanding of what like a moderate. Or I would call, I think previously I would have called myself a centrist. When I was talking to Signifier, he's like, I think you're more like a liberal moderate. But I mean, I guess moderate might be a better word, right? But it's simply just to say like I hold views on both sides, right? That's why I think the whole thing turned into a witch hunt, because it was like he follows them, so we need to find out what else he agrees with them about, right? Like we need to like validate and verify and make sure he's the right kind of Black guy. And to a degree, I don't think that's I don't know if I'd call it unreasonable, but I can see why people have that attitude, because there are a lot of Black MAGA guys out there, to be honest with you. But um yeah, it's no, I don't have any interest in talking to Ernie. That's never gonna happen. Um that's never gonna happen. But yeah. Um but yeah, I mean that's yeah, it's the whole thing is kind of wild to me. But honestly, what I think is going on with this bigger picture here, and it's something that the whole situation kind of brought it to my attention, right? Because my political views are not unknown, right? I mean, I have a whole personal channel, right? The Robert Jefferson personal channel. It's over. Like here, I'll send you guys a link to it. Um, like I have a whole personal YouTube channel that talks about all this, or I wouldn't say talks about all this stuff. But there's like a whole personal YouTube channel. Um, let's see. Yeah, here, I'll post a link to it. Uh, yeah, you just search Robert Jefferson on YouTube and like it'll be the first thing that pops up. But there's a whole personal YouTube channel that just talks about all my political views and the way in which I view the world. And this is easily accessible stuff, right? I think it's just simply that people chose to ignore that it exists, because it didn't quite, because the stuff on that channel flies in the face of everything that everybody's saying. And I think that people chose to ignore that channel exists, because
Yeah, damn sirens. But yeah, man. Uh, no, bro. No, okay. That's every day with you country motherfuckers. Oh, shit. But yeah, no. Yeah, brother Rob. All right. Uh, so both of you guys, first off, are liberal, right? Both of you guys are liberal. You and um, Ernie, Bernie, whichever. Yeah, Blurred, I fear. And FD Signifier. Oh, man. Like, dude. I'm going to get to the last part, of of the stream. You know, the last edited part of this stream of Rob's. Uh, so, but yeah, better Rob. Okay, for one, where we start, y'all? Okay, for one, you may not be gay, right? Like you may not be gay, bro, but you will look mighty suspect if a motherfucker see on your social media that you are subscribed to RuPaul's channel. Oh, you know what I mean? You can be married all you want, but motherfuckers still gonna look at your ass sideways, and as they should. Be weary of you. Amen. But and the whole see, cause I'm gonna get on I'm gonna get on the other two knuckleheads, the other two deranged motherfuckers, Blurred and Blurred Without Fear and the FD Signifier, right? Because I've been the man on the wall listening to a fellow man who I listen to who correctly in all was righteous debunked a lot of the bullshit of whom the dudes you listen to, which is FD Signifier, a sad excuse for a damn man, for a black man, for a human being. But bro, like guilty by association is a real thing, man. You know what I mean? Like, for one, yes, it's true. We are not going to agree 100%, as we shouldn't, with between every one of us out here, with everyone you know. If it just so happened where hey, you agree on certain certain aspects, certain topics, you know what I mean, as they come about, hey, where you end up agreeing with them more so than you disagree. Yes, that's realistic. But it's never realistic to think or to expect for one to agree 100% with said individual or anyone. Those in their right mind should freaking know that. But when I see you like buddied up with dudes who be saying like anti-family, anti-black man bullshit like this FD signifier, one of the kings of beta male manginas, one of the king panderers. You know how now it's because shit like that. Damn those racist motherfuckers. I don't. No, I'm on that now. Like, hold on, hold on, Rob. Like, damn, like you got this shit going on now where it's kind of seem suspect. Okay, where cats you may be looking at you as a displaying like uh, some raccoon tendencies or whatnot, bro. But this, I'm like, oh hell no, like motherfucker, you might as well say you degree halfway. You barely agree, but you listen to and you rock with Derek Jackson. You're subscribed to Derek Jackson. You might as well say that shit. And guess what? We as men here, real man of the Hall of Man, are gonna look at you men who are against the whole feminism, liberal, democratic bullshit, we are gonna look at you sideways and less as a man, less than a man. Like what? And there's been plenty of examples that's been made clear, bro, of these type of dudes are no good. They can't be trusted. Or any type of like brotherhood or like business type of dealings, none of that shit. Men who are enslaved to the gynocracy, to pussy, will never have great, fruitful, long lasting relationships and business relationships with people. For they always, some point down the line, it always crumbles. The bridge always crumbles. Because these are the type of dudes who are known to put pleasure before business. Like, bro, like I'm like, no. Like, he exists, yeah, he's there, but no, like, come on, man. Or even the devil know how to take the word of truth, God's word, and try to, twist the truth up to, to his fancy, to try to sway others to his side. Come on, man. Stop it. I'm the man of the wall in the situation, bro. Like, this is my first time like covering this on my shit, on my platform. And it's not going to be a continuation. This is one of those one and dones because I got other more exciting, awesome shit to talk about. Now, am I going to, this is mean, okay, am I just going to subscribe from you and all that shit or whatever? No. And hey, it's cool that, like you said, now, hey, that he's covering these little black indie comics and shit, he's diving into them now, hey, and he seemed to me to display the, regular level of enthusiasm that he's typically been given, in his from his videos when he covers, other stuff. So he, that's what he's done with this antagonist, with these two antagonist videos he covered. And you like hear it too from, and it kind of like gets you excited, make you kind of like cause you to want to gravitate towards it, which will end up leading people to buying the comics to invest. So, and salute to him. And people was having an issue with this Tyler guy, but as Blurred did, he has an issue with Tyler and he has an issue with Rob liking and supporting Tyler, the creator of the antagonist. So I'm like, Blurred, shut the fuck up. Like, shut the fuck up. I already got the makeup of all his characteristics, and I already been told what I need, and it just and it just works itself out. Like basically the man or the male displayed his liberal, feminist, democratic traits. So I'm like, yeah, from some of the things he said on certain things, and yeah, I'm like, yeah, he seems like that. Yeah, I just seen it in his mannerisms and all that, man. It's like it's it's easy to spot you guys out now. I'm like, damn, like hell, motherfuckers bold with that. Damn it, hell, being like, hey, that you're gay or that you're a liberal or that you're a Democrat and shit. Well, then damn, be so bold with it for us, damn it, instead of being like in some kind of closet with this shit and just create some damn armbands and shit. You know what I mean? Like armbands, them big ass armbands or some shit. Them to let us know, hey, what you identify with, where you belong, so we know, okay, of how to operate and maneuver either with or around you. Because every time when their bullshit comes out, right, and which is all that liberal bullshit is all of the unnatural in accordance with how God said for things to be. Yeah, like then it's just, oh God, I'm just, man, like my mind is, I was blown. I'm like, dude, FD signifier of all people, and you even admitted to, okay, that you are aware of the manosphere. As I'm probably, hey, I shouldn't be surprised of you being, or have been exposed to the manosphere, but listen to FD signifier. I'm guessing it's probably highly likely that you are aware of the black manosphere. And all I'm saying is like this, bro, with me, bro, Rob, it's like just awaken into your madness, bro. Like, like let the masculine lion of you come out, and it's like it's not. And I kind of can break down of why from all the data I've gathered you know, uh, from the history of my experience and all of what I've been exposed to by being here on this all the years I've been here in this movement in the black manosphere. I think, as he says, he's a liberal, moderate liberal, whatever the fuck. I mean, like, no, it's no such thing. It's like, it's no strong or light. No, you either are or you're not. We ain't gonna play those damn games. It's like when you're cold or hot. You can't be lukewarm. His kind of people, my brothers, my brothers here in the Hanma Force, people of his mindset, his characteristics. Oh, I just seen that because I had to thought about this so clearly. Okay, because I meditated about this for a minute. I meditated on it for a little while. He or the group of people, they've been around these so-called centrists. They've been around ever since the damn beginning. Hence, God's word, as he talked about it in James. Okay, in there where it says, hey, the power of life and death is in the tongue, and also, expressing about how God is against double-minded man. Well, I'm like, ooh, I see why. I see why, because it's frustrating and confusing. It's in the same as like someone who's willing to like scheme you or be on some little grimy shit towards you or whatever, or to get over on you. Motherfuckers part of that get over culture and shit. Those same motherfuckers that are a part of that culture are the same motherfuckers who will also seek to still keep their somewhat connection with you to get some kind of like long-term value out of you. where which we, as we should, decide to cut them off, boom, because those kind of people are, again, no good. They are no good. I'm like, Lord, I see it so clearly. Just, just a double-minded man is just no good. No good. You can't make your mind up, damn it, like on what you know. It's it's the typical saying where we say, hey, we're setting the word too, and preached about by also by brother Pastor Jennings, stomping the head of these on these old fake pastors and fake Christians, is that you cannot dwell and be of this world, basking in his ways, promoting his ways, and say you are of God, who is who is directly against that. So yeah, and so what I find, and I see it too within you, Rob, as well, is this, bro, is that, and I've seen it in many of others. Um, there's a level of fear you guys have. I don't know if you're a therapist, brought it up to you in some form of way or whatever, but there's a degree of fear within you and people of your group. And that fear is the fear of which a lot of us, which a lot of people on your side like to shame us for, is the fact that we, us men over here on this side, in the black manosphere, have chosen and rose up against this feminism shit on all levels, against our own family and friends. Cause I guarantee you, ain't no one over here in the Hanma force is on talking about, oh, you on some man shit, damn it, you advocate for man, black man and boys, and you're against this feminism shit, and you're all about man being man discipline, filled with guidance and structure. You cannot tell me all that shit, and you're doing the whole opposite of that. But you cannot. We over here, we see clearly. We stood up to that shit. Us men, and so therefore, you guys shame us for that because a lot of y'all over there on the liberal and democratic side have yet to muster up the courage to stand up against your friends, your loved ones, and everyone else around you because you fear the repercussions of their backlash. And so you stay in this, I don't want to offend, I don't want to offend. And bro, that's not manly, bro. Like, to be a true man, the man that God set for you to be, and that's to be strong and courageous and fearless. Choosing to be fearless no matter who you're facing. To stand on what's righteous and what's holy. Traditional family structures is what's holy and what's righteous. And I have a little thing against you when it comes to in part of that. Yes, that masculine, strong, masculine, stern, stoic image that the man should possess, and which should be respected amongst all other men. you don't you express, bro, where you don't really care for it like that. When you talk about certain characters, hence the guy the antagonist, the mind reader, the father, the black father, the mind reader, like how he was choosing to deal with his daughter, who came in his office all sassy and shit, with her cheerleader outfit and all and shit, and talk a little smart, whatever, being just just a typical like hard-headed, disobedient kid and shit, but hey, he was you was against him being stern and strict with her. Like going up against him, like, okay, like, man, you disagree, like, wow, like disagreeing, like he's going out and beating the shit out of her or something. Like, no, that's the kind of like structure, guidance, and wisdom and commands that a father should exude, bro. Anything less than that, these damn kids will walk all over you. So I'll say, man, yeah, your friend, you need to reevaluate, man, your friendships, bro, because that man suggesting for you to listen to FD Signifier over a lot of these other men who are filled with way more greater knowledge and life saving info who have helped change and save man's lives. Like, dude, like, oh my God. Like, okay, these cats who have debunked the bullshit, your boy, FD Signifier, all the shit he was saying, all the shit he was spewing. These are the cats, Rob, Comics Explain. These are the brothers who you need to listen to. First off, number one, Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. Two, Dr. Tom Curry. Three, BGS Ibmore. IBO IMBOR. No, it's IBMOR. Yep. BGS Ibmore. Give you Edward Anderson, Charles Faulkner Jr. Oh my God, man! Like Black Ram 313, Book of Alpharonomy. Oh my, come on, bro! Like, stop it! Like, sit down. I just gave you juggernauts, Rob. I just gave you juggernauts right there, who are elephants. Who are elephants compared to this FD signifier, whom you took who you talked with for about 2 hours, as you said, from your own mouth. Oh my God, you have the capacity, the strength, and the patience to listen to that son of a bitch. Whereas me, if I had to listen to his ass damn like that for 2 hours, oh my God. I'm like, man, you need a boot. Motherfucker gotta get the boot. Like my tolerance is I got older, man. Real talk. I can't tolerate these simps no more like that, man. Like in hardly any fucking setting. Like I try to get away from them motherfuckers like the plague, just like these damn chaos goblins. What? Dr. Ron O'Neill. What? Brother Dr. Green Gorilla. What? What? When dudes like him talk, bro, you got, when dudes like this FD signifier talks, motherfucker, you got, after listening to these men, you got no choice but to fucking just dismiss this bullshit. You're looking like, oh, like, yeah, you're totally wrong and like purposely misconstrued and shit. Yeah, just to fit some narrative because you'll see, damn it, through all that, yes, that he's a damn grifter and he's doing it to try to get into the pockets of women. That's the motherfucker who you talk to for 2 hours. That's him. The same motherfucker who will kiss the ass of women, especially black women, while throwing you, his fellow man, his fellow brother, under the bus. He's those types. A dirty macker. And no man in his right mind likes to keep around him in his circle a dirty macking motherfucker. No. No. So yeah, let me get to this other this last half of this, man, so we can get into our shit, man. Just yeah, I just had to get this off my chest, man. I'm just I like to say, brother Rob, I would like to, this is from my heart, bro. You know what I mean? Like when it like when it comes to, okay, two things. When it comes to the comics and shit like that, and when you're referring to like, all the male characters and shit, um, I would like to see you being more of an appreciator um for like the character who's truly like a masculine character, who's stoic, don't take no bullshit, means what he says, and you know, yeah, all these favorite characters, that we like, are these male characters who exudes that, you know. I just would like to see you show some more appreciation for that, especially when it comes to the dynamics of how these men deal with women, especially women who are their own women, like the antagonist, how he was dealing with his daughter because he's a principal. He was a principal who was checking his daughter on her bullshit, on her shitty behavior. And I would like to see you, brother Rob, show more of appreciation for a father who is being that stoic and all that because he cares. That and let's see, I said a second thing, but well, that and yeah, it'll come to me. But yeah, I'm gonna share this video real quick, man. It was just on my mind. I had to get that out. So yeah, here we go.
Going on with this bigger picture here. And it's something that the whole situation kind of brought it to my attention, right? Because my political views are not unknown, right? I mean, I have a whole personal channel, right? The Robert Jefferson personal channel. It's over. Like here, I'll send you guys a link to it. Um, like I have a whole personal YouTube channel that talks about all this, or I wouldn't say talks about all this stuff. But there's like a whole personal YouTube channel. Um, let's see. Yeah, here, I'll post a link to it. Uh, yeah, you just search Robert Jefferson on YouTube and like it'll be the first thing that pops up. But there's a whole personal YouTube channel that just talks about all my political views and the way in which I view the world. And this is easily accessible stuff, right? I think it's just simply that people chose to ignore that it exists, because it didn't quite, because the stuff on that channel flies in the face of everything that everybody's saying. And I think that people chose to ignore that that channel exists, because it wouldn't confirm what they believed, or at least what they wanted to believe. Because I don't know. I mean, truth to tell, in all the stuff that went down and everything that happened, once I scaled out, I talked to Signifier a while ago, like a few weeks ago. Once I scaled out, like I'll be honest with you guys, man, it really presents. Honestly, I think it's just the nature of online polarization, man. It's to the point now. Like I actually thought about bringing the, because I haven't uploaded the personal channel in a long time, but I thought about bringing the personal channel back and just making videos about this kind of stuff, right? Making videos about polarization in America, and in the online space. But yeah, I mean that's the thing. The overall gist of Ernie's video is the antagonist was created by a guy who apparently has ties to MAGA. Ernie's assuming that I knew, and then based on having followed those guys, Ernie's in turn just trying to paint the picture that like Rob followed them, Rob covered the antagonists. Rob's clearly racist, right? That's the message that he's trying to put out, and yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. So yeah, I don't know. A lot, some of the comments that I saw were people who were just kind of like, all right, so this guy doesn't really have much of a leg to stand on. But yeah, okay. So how much do you guys know about polarization? Because what Ernie's doing is effective polarization. How much do you guys know about polarization? Because I can teach you guys about it if you want to. I mean, there's two ways to approach it, right? We can have like the actual in the weeds conversation about it, which I don't know if people are going to end up bailing, or I can just give you guys like the brief synopsis of it all, right? Yeah, which one are you guys interested in? And honestly, what I should probably do is screenshot the chat. Hold on a second. Because I feel like people who are watching this are just kind of like, who is he talking to? Add source. Screen capture. Allow. Display capture. Okay. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to screen capture. In OBS, how do I screen capture a segment for you guys? Okay. Yeah, how do I screen capture this segment? I feel so out of touch. Well, okay, so that's the danger of effective polarization, guys. Okay, what I think I'm going to do is use the snipping tool. Okay, so screen capture, make source visible. All right, let's bring this down, bring it up here. Transform, fit to screen. Do like edit transform? No, I'm not going to do all that. I am on Windows, but what we'll do, we'll just sit it right here. This will be simple enough, so you guys can see yourself and everything that's going on. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, what's going on over there is just effective polarization. Okay, if I say, hey guys, you guys ask me what polarization is. All polarization is, like, people will say polarization is just the left and the right moving further apart, which is true to a degree. Effective polarization is when you hate the other side because they're on the other side. And like, that's it. That's all it is. Like, you don't care what they stand for. You don't care what they believe in. And you make well, I guess you care what they believe in. And you make the assumption that everybody who's on that side all believes the exact same thing, which is not true at all. Now, don't get me wrong. Some issues are worth being polarized over, right? I don't know why you would stand against trans rights. I don't know why you would stand against, racial equality. And I know we do have some Trump supporters in here. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not 100% sure how you could support him after everything that's happened. But just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah. Um, yeah, it's effective polarization is just hitting the other side because they're on the other side. Honestly, I think this might be a discussion point that's just worth simply making a video out of. Because this is one of those topics where I could explain it, but I feel like it would just come across disheveled and kind of all over the place, you know. And kind of everywhere, right? I don't think it would sound cohesive if that makes any sense. So I think that at the end of the day, though, all this comes down to just the simple idea of two different, like the same thing being interpreted in two different ways, and just kind of taking it as an absolute truth, and then you know, yeah, it's kind of nuts to me, but yeah, that way I can order my thoughts exactly, you know. But uh, finish the Punisher video. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that I would condemn Ernie for the videos that he's making because I mean, it's I think some of it is certainly because of the fact that like he gets view counts on it. Sure. I mean, it is that time of year on YouTube, right? I mean, this like when you're a content creator, this time of year sucks, right? The view counts are down, the money's virtually non-existent. So all the kids are in school studying, getting ready for finals, getting ready for summer, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's kind of wild. Um, I have not seen Invincible's newest episode. Make fun of both sides. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that I don't like is when you're in the online space out here, there is no middle ground, right? Folks do not like it when you pick a middle ground. People get angry at you for doing that, right? They want you to pick a side and they want you to pick their side. Um, but yeah, it's wild. But I don't know. It's kind of wild. But I mean, what here's a crazy thing. I think what really bothers me, or at least what really did bother me about it all, is how fast it spiraled. Did you guys know there were people who were accusing me of being against trans rights, of being like anti-trans? There were people who were accusing me of that. Like it was nuts. Like it was wild. Oh, I do have a line in the sand. It's just a line that you don't like. It's a line you don't agree with. But yeah. What are I mean, trans rights are not standing in the way of trans people, right? It's not advocating against a person's right to transition. Pictalis. Okay, so then here's my question, guys. What's the right side? Well, Twitter's doing like a huge bot crackdown.
What's the right side?
What's the line? I mean, okay, well then give me an issue. Like, I mean, if we're gonna have, I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound. If we're gonna have this conversation, then give me the issue. Because the line changes based on the issue. So, for example, like government spending, everybody supports government spending. It's just how much money the government should spend on social programs versus the military. So, give me a line or give me a topic, like give me an issue. Mm. I mean, a buddy of mine kind of summed it up perfectly. He said, "In the world of politics, it's the only sport where you can." The topic of abortion, I support it. Now, I will say that there is questions. There are questions with okay, so with abortion, right? Here's a question: what are like the man's rights during abortion? I don't know the answer to that question. Society's still figuring it out, but sure, I support it. Why wouldn't I? Trans bathroom rights? What do you mean? Like, if a man transitions to a woman, should they be allowed to use the women's restroom? Sure, they identify as a woman. Why wouldn't they? Healthcare. Sure, I'm in favor of universal. Like, I'm in favor of universal
Are
healthcare.
you
It's why I voted for Obama in
serious?
2008. That's what I thought we were getting. Wait, do you guys think that I don't stand for this stuff? Hmm. Abortion is a slippery slope, you think? Said you'll leave that to them to figure out. I don't know. I mean, to me, it seems pretty. Abortion is one of those issues that's just extremely polarizing, right? By its very definition, it's polarizing. I mean, back in the 1980s, it was not a very polarizing topic. Like when David Young and his team were looking at Ames research questions from back in 1988. Hold on a second. Um, when they were looking at Ames research data back in 1988, like the country was not really that divided on abortion, and I believe they were against it. But that's changed. Like abortion's just become very polarizing. But I don't know why you would be against it. Well, I guess I could see how some people would be against it, but I'm not. So, climate change, yeah, it's man-made. I mean, I don't. The science backs that up. Hold on, I have to ask the question, guys. Okay, I have to ask the question, guys. And somebody chime in, or all of you guys chime in. Somebody chime in. Is this what's been circulating online about me? Are people telling you that? Are people claiming that when it comes to trans rights, that when it comes to like abortion, when it comes to like racial equality, are people telling you that I'm against all of that? Is that what people are saying? Yeah, I live in Colorado. We're about to have one of the worst wildfire seasons in years. That's nuts. Yeah, okay, so I don't really talk politics. That is actually a fair point. And it's actually one of the things I brought up to Signifier when I was talking to him. I was having a conversation with my therapist when all this went sideways. And my therapist made a really good point. And she was like, people don't know anything about you. And in the absence of people, in the absence of that, people will make up answers about you, right? Like people are hardwired for answers. And so they'll make up things about you that usually fits into their worldview. But oh, you guys are just curious? Okay. I thought it was like that's what people were saying. I was like, what? Like that's kind of wild. But yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'll certainly keep covering indie comics. I mean, that's not going to change. But yeah. Uh oh, you heard about the topic from other YouTubers? Well, I mean, okay. I mean, anyone who watches your videos knows where you lie morally. That's not entirely true. That I'm actually going to have to refute that claim. That's not entirely true. I mean, morally, sure. Politically, not so much. I mean, sure, we covered Injustice Gods Among Us, and I sided with Superman because he was tricked into killing his wife and unborn child by the Joker. Yeah, I'll side with the guy who kills the Joker over that. 100%. I would side with Superman over that. I'd be like, the Joker had it coming, man. Like, he had it coming. But I mean, for the most part, I don't really talk about that kind of stuff here. That's one of the reasons why I thought about bringing back the personal channel and just kind of like addressing all this stuff. right? And having a conversation about all this stuff. Because the reality here is, I don't like bringing politics into this stuff. Like, I'd like my channel to be a place where people can escape politics, right? Not be inundated with it. But yeah. People are trying to trap me into stuff. I mean, I don't know how they would. Yeah, any nuke Metropolis. Yeah. I don't know that Shazam had it coming. uh, yeah, I used to play Marvel Rivals, but then I ended up backing out of it because of all the engagement online or the engagement optimization matchmaking. So I backed out. Mm, let's see. Your political stance is Doctor Doom. Uh, Comics are often political, though. I mean, I guess. I don't know how Spider-Man being trapped in a foreign world and being made to get stronger is a political story. I mean, some are and some aren't. Yeah. Like they aren't always, but sometimes they are. I mean, the X-Men as a whole 100% are. Like that's unavoidable. Uh, the more I talk about my personal beliefs, the more they try to trap me and take me out of context better to ignore the online haters. I mean, yeah. Uh, you need to open the other channel. Oh. Try having a combo with the Birdman. Yeah, I know he does exposing the grift. Honestly, I think he's one of those guys that's a fan of like separating the art from the artist. I don't necessarily know. Like I watch his videos, but I don't really know a whole lot about him on a personal level outside of what he talks about in his videos. I think his voice is infinitely better than mine. Oh man. Uh, the Birdman is peak. His videos are entertaining. You're trapped in making responses. Well, I tell you what, man. If somebody looks to make a response, like if somebody ends up firing up a video and makes an argument and it's like, look at what Rob said. Like Rob said that he's in favor of trans rights. Uh, Clearly he's a villain. Then yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you twist that into something villainous, but yeah, yeah, it's kind of wild. But knowing where someone stands, especially currently, it helps you rest easier. Okay, you know what? Answer that question for me. Like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, but answer that question for me, and I want to see those responses down in the comments. So, why does it matter to people where I stand when it comes to various political issues? Why is it relevant? If you don't know who the Birdman is, you should check him out. He's pretty dope. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I should narrate a story like Morgan Freeman. I mean, I don't know if I agree with the idea of being apolitical. Uh, let's see. It's not relevant. I wish all of us YouTubers would shut up because they want to feel like I'm on their side. Well, I mean, why do you guys need me to be on your side? Like, why is it that simply just knowing where you stand is enough? I mean, I get it does feed into like the feeling of belonging, like to a degree. Like Lillian Mason was talking about that. If you guys don't know who she is, Lillian Mason's pretty solid. She was exploring affective polarization. Hmm. Validation. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever really needed validation for where I stand. Hmm. I've actually never read Hellboy. No. Hmm. Uh, we were talking earlier about why I was getting called out. Huh.
Okay, cool. That's the end. All right. Yeah. Oh man. Oh man. Brother Rob. Brother Rob. I just I just can't, bro. Like I just you see you guys see what I mean. You guys see what the hell I mean when I said about the level of fear that is had within a lot of these dudes, man. Of these beta male manginas. And to some degree, I don't know, like I kind of like, half and half on, if Rob knows or is aware of the fuckery and the whole situation on top of situations that we have here going on between within the dynamics of between men and women. And it shows me too, like, okay, he may knows, and okay, and he may be aware of. I'm on the side of I'm half and half with it. The half I'm looking at right now is okay. You're doing this. You're standing with the feminism side and trans rights and all that shit. You're standing for that, like out of this level of fear of worrying about a great backlash or some shit. So that's what I'm gathering from that. Like on that side, you may be aware, you may know, but you choose to go, but you choose the way of the blue pill. and you're acting oblivious. You know, um, on the other side, on the other half of it, well, 50%, that I'm, unsure about, that I have this view of him, of you, brother Rob, is that you have never been taught of how men should operate, especially with an acceptance of God, of how He ordains it, of how we should operate with one another. Because God's way in His Word is how you will have strong family structures slash strong businesses, strong societies, strong nation. But when people go left from that, that's when you get all this other wild and crazy shit. That's there's always have a path of its own destruction. Not being, not having no fruit, no true fruit for the soul, so that one can grow up with such great edification. You can't. And why people are upset with you and shit like, hey, I want you to pick a side because that's what it is. That's what God is saying to do. So as God says that in His Word, to hey, pick a side, then I'm not gonna allow myself to feel ashamed or as timid even to tell you or anyone else, yes, pick a damn side. It's not hard for me to compartmentalize you and just, as okay, boom, just to focus on, just put my focus on directly towards just the content you bring, because obviously, as you know, you bring, some decent, excellent comic book content. But on the other shit, hey, I mean, they want you to pick a side because, hey, if you're on that side, hey, I mean, what the hell I'm gonna do? Just, you know, what the hell I'm gonna do? Just stomp you down to the ground type of shit? Like, no. No, that only comes for people who try to impose their effed up ideologies and worldview upon me. And that's for anyone. Any those kind of people, those kind of wicked, evil people, deserves a whole boot up the ass. And that'll be righteous. That boot sends their ass past Saturn. So boom. So so therefore, so cats will know, hey, how to deal with you if they want to choose to deal with you. That's why we want you to pick a side. It'll be great. Hey, I mean, you're for for men's rights, especially or predominantly black men's rights, black men's safety and protection and prosperity, and men coming together, working with each other in harmony, completing great tasks with one another, and receive great joy from it. Man mode shit. And there's nothing else like it. Nothing else. If you're for that, but I mean, you're for want to see examples of that in these shows, like in these Marvel and Disney shows and movies, and in the comics. Cool, great, bet. That's what a lot of us who are on some, who are true men, who on some real man shit. Cool. That's what we like. Hey, we like to see other men come across other men. Boom, where we echo that same damn sentiment. Or we look at you weird, have to look at you weird and sideways, and and be all weary, towards you, is when you show, hey, the that you're coming with the opposite of that the true nature of what's to be man. And when those who do that, okay, come forth with that, you identify and said, okay, well, I know, okay, to keep you and this motherfucker, okay, over here. I still, hey, you may shot some shit, okay, hey, boom, but you know, and it's like, and those who rock with you, who has been rocking with you because of the content you deliver, and and you inserting like your personality in there, which cause people to be able to relate to you more. But that doesn't mean that we all of us rock with you when it comes to this skewed worldview that you chosen to adopt. Now I gave you the names of brothers who are older than me, who are well more prominent than me, and who's been studying this shit for years, for decades, longer than I've been alive. So yeah, and it's also in relation, yeah, and on this side, brother, over here in the Black Manosphere, you would discover that a lot of these therapists are full of shit. And the veil may end up getting pulled from your eyes once you adhere to these men who are representations of glorious masculinity. You will see that your therapist is full of shit. And all the therapy you need is from the men in this group, including, let me not forget, the habitual line steppers. Kev, black man being brutally honest. The Roger Report. Oh my God. Rob, Rob, listen to the Roger Report. Another brother, yes, who is another juggernaut. Those two brothers in the habitual line steppers, yes, those are juggernauts right there. And you just got to be willing to, once you hear these men, you got to be willing to like cast down these negative emotions that you're emitting, which that you're allowing to cause you to harness nothing but fear of accepting this and letting it be buried within you, to let these words of wisdom and knowledge and awareness through the history and current events of what's going on, to have all that to be written on the tablet of your heart, man, so you know and your awareness be keen and strong. And I guarantee you won't see shit the same. That's if you truly accept the shit. You won't see movies, TV shows, none of that shit the same. You'll be like, wow, that's really what's going on. That's really why they made this. Oh, that's why they are are treating the man like shit, and projecting this image like, oh, man's supposed to be weak and bitch made. and the women's supposed to be on some rah rah Amazon fucking uh uh the homie bullshit. No, that's all up to you, bro. If you choose to accept this, man. But no, but if you wanna, if you think that is your that is in your particular your safety of disbelief, okay, that is your safety zone right there. That form of disbelief. Okay, boom. Then stay in that misery. Then stay continuing needing a therapist till God knows how long. What did brother Uncle Kevin Samuel say, and many others, including BGS, Moore, have mentioned this too. That therapy there's supposed to be a time limit with therapy. So yeah, and also too, the oh man, it's the knowledge itself that these men give you. It's therapeutic. It's very comforting to know when you are about to, as you're walking, you know, that you're aware of this pothole, decent sized pothole that's about knee deep. You know, you're grateful and it's therapeutic to you that you are aware of that. You don't want to be the motherfuckers that keep on want to fall into this to these damn potholes because that'll be very what displeasing. As we know, a whole bunch of different shit can happen with potholes. You can end up breaking your leg, ankle, riding over it, or riding around it because you know riding over it with your car, with your vehicle, you may risk of you end up losing the tire to where now you need a new tire. But it's comforting to know that that pothole is there. It's comfortable to know that that pothole is there because now you know how to maneuver around it. So, so yeah, we're gonna get into this last one, this last bit, bro, because I say all that to say, man, hey, you know, you taking a break from YouTube. Okay, cool. You know, hey, everybody, you know, used to take a break. You know, hell, I take a break from, you know, certain. You're gonna need a break from this shit. You know what I mean? Like, hey, a little week, 2 week break. Hey, you know, take a little vacation. You know, break from YouTube. Cool. You know what I mean? To assess those situations. You know what I mean? And clear your mind and all that good stuff. You know, hey, uh, get all the tranquil you need, but don't cause us to you know, even though you said it's not, but yeah, don't cause this man to, you know, don't allow this to cause you to be scared and run away, you know what I mean, from YouTube because of the hate that's spread by these cats who have big platforms, like your Blurred and some other cats. Damn what they're talking about. You motherfuckers and y'all liberal beliefs and y'all views, y'all fucked up world views, that in which in every way you fuckers have tried to inf- uh, impose that shit upon all of us who are trying to be of the of what's righteous before God, amen, which is of the natural, and trying to move and operate under the natural and spiritually natural biological functions as we should as humans. This is the war, man. this is a war that's been going on that I wish a lot of us have only became aware of, what, 15, 10 years ago, 15, 10 years ago? The war has been going on like long. The war has been going on that we realized within this time frame of the span of 15 years, it's been going on for decades, which is why a lot of cats like you, Brother Rob, and Blurred and many others have this fucked up worldview because that's all you've been taught. And so it's kind of like being a comfort zone to you. Some cats, believe it or not, they take comfort in darkness, in being smacked around and treated like shit, used as a doormat. And when you try to break that away to get them aligned to how they should function, to how they should be, then that's when they're gonna act all like, act all like they're gonna malfunction on you and shit and just snap, and act like they done took the damn rage virus and shit. So yeah, nah, so just I'm just saying, bro, like that kind of nature of man, bro, will just, yeah, you're not gonna be looked at. You're not going to be looked at with any kind of greatness, man, by those when they see that, when they see these traits within you. Once these traits come out, once these worldviews come out, then they're like, oh, okay, yeah, let me go here, and you're going to be shocked why this person don't want to network with you, a big network system that you've been wanting to start or whatever. But once he found out, oh, that you are of this nature of man, which is the weak man, the beta males, the simps, those who are for trans rights and all that shit. Yeah, they're gonna walk away from you. Yeah, they're gonna walk away from you in your $1,000 suit. They're gonna walk away from you while they have their wife in their arm and be like, oh, or their wife not being in their arm, and that man gonna be like, yeah, I'm good. Oh, hey, Bill, hey, bud, you going that motherfucker gonna switch gears on you real quick. But if you see that you're a man, you're on some man shit, discipline, full of structure and wisdom, and take no bullshit kind of man. Oh, they're gonna have no choice but to respect you and be even more inclined to do business, to network with you. So, let me go ahead and share this real quick.
What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I need to take a mental health break from YouTube. With all this craziness that's going on, which I've spoken on it multiple times, I'm not going to speak on it anymore. But with all this craziness going on, it's really just kind of trashed my mental health. Now, I will specify, I'm not quitting. I love what I do, right? There's not in a million years. Well, a time will come when I will leave, right? But today is not that day. But, this all kind of spun out of the live stream yesterday, because once I was done with that live stream, I'll be honest with you guys, I had this sickening feeling in the pit of my stomach, right? Because what I knew was that people don't come here for all that drama. And when I say here, yes, I'm talking about my channel, but I'm also talking about this YouTube comic book space. One of the things that I've always loved about this space, and one of the things that I still love about this space, is that it felt like one of the last holdouts against all the craziness that's happening out there, right? I mean, you guys are very much aware of this, right? You go onto the internet and it feels like the entirety of the internet is caught up in this perpetual and permanent culture war with no end in sight, some of which is valid and some of which is not. And in the real world, it feels worse. Like, I know for a fact, some of you guys watching this video right now are struggling financially. You don't know how you're going to put food on the table. You don't know how you're going to pay your bills. Maybe you're overdrawn on your bank account. Your paycheck will come in. It'll satisfy that overdrawn amount and give you just a little bit of money left over. But as soon as the bills come due, you're right back in the hole again. I know a lot of you guys feel overworked and you feel underpaid. I know a lot of you guys come from toxic home lives. A lot of you guys are bullied in school. For any number of reasons, you guys somehow stumbled across this comic book YouTube space and found it as a kind of safe space from everything going on out there in the world. And I always loved that, right? People ask me all the time, right? They say, and they ask me in DMs, everything like that, but they always ask, why don't you cover character stories anymore or character lore videos anymore? Right? Like, you used to do that. I mean, that's how we blew up on Comics Explained, was like teaching people about the history of characters and teams. Honestly, the biggest reason for that is because once I started covering stories, the conversations with you guys started to shift. They started to move away from, oh my God, I loved your video on Scarlet Witch, because I never knew that much about her character. And it turned into, I love your videos because they got me out of a really dark place. And I love that. I love the feeling that I get when you say that. And I love the fact that I can give you that feeling. Right? That, like myself and so many other comic book readers who grew up reading in the olden days, that we started getting into the world of comic books for the same reason that you're getting into them now. We were escaping whatever dark parts of our life we wanted to get away from. And comics allowed us to do that. I love that. Like, I absolutely adore that. And so, yeah. And, I was thinking about that like the whole evening last night. And I was like, yeah, number one, I need a mental health break. I mean, that's something my therapist and I have been talking about for like a month. When everything first started popping off, yeah, my therapist and I were talking about that. I mean, let's be honest, who the hell doesn't have a therapist? Who does not have a therapist after COVID? I don't know anybody who escaped lockdown unscathed. I can't imagine anybody if you're a person who's making it in this day and age without a therapist, I mean, shit, send me an email. Give me some tips. Like, I need to know how you're doing it, to be honest with you. Like, I need to know. But, with that, yeah, when I was thinking about that, I was like, yeah, I 100% need a mental health break. But honestly, I'm just not interested in bringing that crap onto my channel. I'm not interested in doing that. Right? It makes me feel sick when I do it. I feel miserable whenever I do it. I don't understand how somebody could take enjoyment out of it. Right? But I just feel like a shitty human being whenever I do that. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I certainly think that there's certainly things worth polarizing over. And there are certainly topics that need to be discussed. Right? I think that's very important. I don't think that should be ignored. Right? Those are certainly things that need to happen. But farming drama out of it all, it's not really something that I'm interested in, right? I have no interest in being a part of that community. So anyway, as far as that break goes, or as far as this break goes, I will be out until the beginning of May, maybe like the first or second day of May. So it's going to be a couple weeks that I'm going to be out. So it's not going to be forever. I will say we are going to miss out on some dope stories. Absolute Batman number 19 comes out this week. I don't know. I may take a break from my break and make a video on Absolute Batman 19. Because I'll be honest, man, I fucking love Absolute Batman. For those of you guys who don't know, that's when we get Absolute Scarecrow. That comic is going to be nuts. Like, I'm very excited to see what nightmare fuel Scott Snyder has dreamed up. If ever there were a comic that was going to be called like Absolute Scarecrow is Nightmare Fuel, that would be it. Right? If ever there were a video that we were going to title such and such is Nightmare Fuel, that's going to be it, man. I can't imagine an Absolute Scarecrow being anything other than the most horrifying thing that you or I could possibly imagine. And I don't know, man. Scott Snyder, I love you to death, man. I really, really do. But I gotta be honest, man, with the stuff that you concoct for the Absolute Universe, if you see this, the stuff that you concoct with the Absolute Universe, sometimes I feel like that whatever goes on in your head is darker than anything that any of us could ever imagine. I don't know, man. I love you to death. Don't take it as offense, right? Like, we still have to get a beer sometime. But yeah, I'll probably come back and make that video. But outside of that, honestly, yeah, I think I might take myself on a little bit of a trip and just kind of take a break away from everything for a little while. So, with that being said, guys, we do have a video that's scheduled to come out later today. That one was already recorded. And yeah, I will catch you all later. Peace.
Yo, salute. Yeah. Peace and blessings, brother Rob, man. Peace and blessings, man. But like I said, bro, like, you gotta be more stronger, man. And with your awareness, with you allowing your awareness to be strong and respond off of that awareness by showing that you're taking action, by changing characteristics within yourself to be better, to be for the worldview of this for traditional families and man being man. You will receive nothing but therapeutic. You will receive the strength you need to have the thick iron skin to handle the bullshit and the backlash from people who are giving you bullshit, you know, for whatever reason or for whatever it is that you, as you admitted, that you allowed yourself uh, to accumulate by doing whatever the hell it is that you did, whatever post you made and revealed who you follow and all that type of shit. Yeah, in some ways you asked for it. So now, as we have to learn from such things, and make those adjustments by owning it and showing that you're owning it is by not dipping and diving and running away. But hey, but take the backlash and press onward and press forward with the same joy and enthusiasm that we in which came into that we found it when we came to your channel. That same the very same enthusiasm. Don't let that shit die out because of that bullshit. But if you want to continue to entertain that shit to where it leads you to talking about other shit you know that's not necessarily left field, but way left in another direction than than how your content is presented, to being for us. Like we chose to follow you for that, like not talking about the other stuff. But it's wise and cool of you that you have made your own personal channel to talk about those things. Because as you have said, yeah, and it's true that these things must be talked about. And a lot of cats, who are like you, um, would like to choose to refrain from, ruffling any feathers type of shit. So you like you'll dodge it. You'll be super dodgy towards such topics and everything, and you will um, revert to this mindset of believing that you have to ingratiate these people. That you have to kiss their ass or and all that bullshit. To help make them feel better. You know, and and what's wild is, yeah, you being for trans rights. There's no such thing. There's only human rights, human civil rights. There's only that. Say trans rights, you say it like, okay, like, and as they have shown over these years to have these rights, these made up rights to stand over the rights of those who are heterosexual, especially more predominantly black men. They want to put that over the rights of us. So nah, that's being for them, uh, being for them to be able to use women's restrooms, bro. Come on, man. Like you be okay with that shit, man? If you have a child, if you have your own daughter, would you be okay then with a whole full grown man, hairy ass man with a wig, being in the same restroom as your young daughter? Stop it. But like I said, take your break, man. Take a break and come back out with it. Yes, and I'll be checking out that Absolute Batman issue number 19. So I will be checking that out. So yeah, again, shout out to Rob. He's just a little misguided, and you know, it he needs to be enlightened. But in order to be enlightened, you got to be willing to receive enlightenment. But yeah, but shout out to Rob. Peace and blessings, man. God bless you and your family. Now, all right. Now we are getting to yes, our main shit, man. We should talk about. So I knew that was going to take a little longer than need be, but here we go, man. We got to get into it. So let me get rid of this. Okay. Yeah. And before I dive into the reviews, I'm going to show these other videos and get them out the way, man, to share with you guys these videos I haven't seen yet. So you'll be checking them out for the first time with me. But yeah, this is from Marvelous Anime. As we continue on diving into the Geek-verse. So yeah, here we go, man. Let's check this one out. This one's not super long at all. It's under 15, but yeah. So let me know what you guys think, man, from this video. Leave me your thoughts in the chat, in the comment section. Especially when they be coming with these with these list of different animes to check out. That which I know you guys probably haven't seen in a long time, or haven't seen yet, or in the process of watching, or just looking as a reminder, reminding you about the anime to check it out for once you may have forgotten. So you may have forgotten about it. And yeah, so I appreciate that, man. So yeah, with these guys. So shout out to Marvelous Anime, the Marvelous team, the Marvelous Videos and Anime team. So yeah. Shout out to them. So yeah, here we go.
There is no other anime that can top Berserk. The complex lore that Kentaro Miura created is so brutal, morally complicated, and emotional that no other dark fantasy can compete with it. But there are a few anime that feel just like Berserk. I'm not saying these are better than Berserk, but these share the same kind of complex world building and morally ambiguous heroes. In this video, I'm going to discuss 10 dark fantasy mecha anime that feel like Berserk. If you are a Berserk fan looking for your next binge, then stick till the end. Let's begin.
Broken Blade, 2010 to 2011. Based on a manga by Yonosuke Yoshinaga, Broken Blade was adapted into 6 movies, directed by Tetsuro Amino. Set in a world where nearly everyone can manipulate quartz using magic, Broken Blade flips the script by giving us a protagonist who can't. Rygardt Arrow is what they call an unsorcerer, someone completely incapable of using magic in a society that depends on it for everything, from daily life to warfare. Things take a sharp turn when war breaks out between the Kingdom of Krishna and the Athens Commonwealth. Rygardt is pulled into the conflict because of his connection to King Hodja, who also happens to be his childhood friend, and Queen Saijin, someone he shares a complicated emotional past with. Rygardt discovers an ancient golem, a powerful mecha, called Delphine. Unlike modern machines that require magic to operate, Delphine responds only to him. Suddenly, the one person who was seen as useless becomes the kingdom's most valuable weapon. As the war intensifies, Rygot is forced to pilot Delphine into increasingly brutal battles. What I loved about this anime is the relationship between Rygot, Hodger, and Saijin. War shapes those characters as friendships are tested. Loyalties become blurred, and the line between right and wrong keeps shifting. It has the same themes of moral complexity, weight of fate, the brutality of war, and characters being broken, just like that of Berserk. Fafnir and the Azure, Dead Aggressor, 2004. Produced by Zebek, Fafnir and the Azure, Dead Aggressor is set on Tatsumiyajima Island. It's a relatively peaceful island, and the only island that remains unscathed after the Festum has destroyed the world. The Festum are these mysterious alien beings that try to assimilate humans. The island itself is actually humanity's last hidden stronghold, protected by advanced technology and secrecy. When the Festum finally discover it, everything changes overnight. The peaceful illusion shatters, and the children of the island are forced to pilot giant mechs called Fafnirs to defend what's left of humanity. Our main character, Kazuki Makabe, is suddenly pulled into this war with no time to process what's happening. One moment he's living a normal life, and the next he's fighting for survival against an enemy he barely understands. As Kazuki and the others pilot their Fafnirs, they begin to realize the horrifying cost of using them. The synchronization between pilot and mech slowly erodes their humanity, both physically and mentally. There's also a deeper mystery surrounding the Festum and their connection to humanity. Kazuki, as a protagonist, felt very real to me. He's not overly expressive, and sometimes he seems emotionally distant, but that actually makes sense given everything he's going through. The war takes an emotional toll on this kid, and it made sense to me. These are kids forced into a war they don't fully understand, and the show doesn't shy away from showing the consequences. I also love the mystery regarding the Festum. They're quite eerie, but not villains in the traditional sense. The pacing felt quite slow at the beginning, and it took me a few episodes to get fully invested in the story. Aura Battler Dunbine, 1983. Created by Yoshiyuki Tomino and produced by Sunrise, Aura Battler Dunbine combines mecha into a complex fantasy world. This series is set in Byston Well, a realm that exists between the surface world and the afterlife. The plot centers around Shozama, an ordinary guy from Earth who is suddenly transported to this strange land. I thought it would be a typical isekai series, but it quickly turns dark. Sho is recruited by the ambitious and manipulative Drake Luft, who is building an army to conquer Byston Well. For this mission, they use Aura Battlers, which are insect-like mechas powered by a spiritual energy called Aura. From there, the story becomes a constant struggle between opposing forces, with shifting alliances, betrayals, and escalating warfare. It took me a little time to adjust to the pacing and the older animation style, but once I got into it, I was hooked. Honestly, the show was very unpredictable. I couldn't guess what was going to happen next, and the tone of the show shifted completely and turned into a fatalistic atmosphere. If you're someone who enjoys dark fantasy with a mecha twist, which tends to get a little bleak, Aura Battler Dunbine is absolutely worth checking out. Neon Genesis Evangelion, 1995. Neon Genesis Evangelion is one such classic I wouldn't want you to miss. Produced by Gainax, the series is about mysterious enemies called angels attacking humans, driving them to the brink of destruction. The series follows Shinji Ikari, a withdrawn and emotionally fragile teenager who is summoned by his estranged father to pilot Evangelion Unit 01, which is a giant biomechanical robot built to fight these angels. The organization behind the Evangelions, Nerve, operates under secrecy and nothing ever feels fully explained. As Shinji is forced into battle, he meets other pilots like Rei Ayanami and Azuka Langley, each carrying their own emotional scars. Together, they defend the city of Tokyo 3 from increasingly bizarre and terrifying angel attacks. The Evangelions themselves are quite unsettling, and the synchronization between pilot and machine blurs the line between identity and control. As the series progresses, the narrative becomes more introspective and fragmented. I like that this series tackles themes like loneliness, depression, identity, and human connection. Shinji, as a protagonist, also felt relatable because he's not a brave warrior, he's scared, and he runs away, something I too would have done in his place. His actions are frustrating at times, but you also understand them. He doesn't want to fight, but he has to win his father's approval. The action in this series is great, but it never takes center stage. The problem with Neon Genesis Evangelion is that later episodes get very abstract, and the ending is very complex. I admit, I didn't understand it at first, but it sent me down a rabbit hole because of the many online interpretations, and I ended up rewatching it. I don't think I understand it completely yet, but I absolutely love this one. Gazaraki, 1998. Gazaraki is for those who want something extra when it comes to anime. On the surface, it looks like an anime centered around politics, But as you go deeper, you realize there's a layer of mysticism in the story. Produced by Sunrise and directed by Ryozuki Takahashi, Gazaraki is about Yushiro Gawa, a quiet, emotionally distant young man born into a powerful and secretive family. The Gawa are deeply tied to ancient rituals and a mysterious force known as Gazaraki. The character of Yushiro itself is quite strange. He doesn't emote and moves through life almost mechanically. At the same time, the world is on edge. Conflicts in the Middle East escalate, and experimental mecha units called tactical armors, TAs, are deployed in combat. Yushiro becomes a pilot of one of these tactical armors, but as the story unfolds, it becomes clear that his connection to Gazaraki and his family links him to something more dangerous. Then there's Miharu, a mysterious girl connected to a similar ancient lineage. Her story runs parallel to Yoshiro's, and when their paths eventually cross. I liked the dynamic between them, even if their relationship was quiet and restrained. The series feels heavy because of all the political elements and the realistic portrayal of the military operations. And just when you think you understand the show, it throws in the element of mysticism and changes everything. The mecha action is very different from what you'd expect. It is very realistic. Getter Robo, Armageddon, 1998. If you want to watch an anime that is just super chaotic, then you have to watch Getter Robo, Armageddon. Produced by Bandai Visual, it is actually based on the Getter Robo series and manga. The story kicks off with a catastrophe. Dr. Satomi, the very man behind the Getter Robo project, somehow betrays humanity and triggers a devastating chain of events. Cities are destroyed, trust is shattered, and the world is thrown into complete disarray. At the center of it all is Ryoma Nagari, a fierce and unpredictable pilot who starts off imprisoned, accused of murdering Sawatomi. But when the world begins to spiral further into chaos, he's brought back to pilot the Getter Robo once again. Alongside Ryomo are fellow pilots, but unlike in more traditional team dynamics, there's constant tension among them. Between the monstrous invaders, internal conflicts, and the lingering mystery surrounding Sawatomi's actions, the Getter Robo itself evolves into the Shin Getter Robo, a terrifyingly powerful machine fueled by Getter rays. This energy source feels almost uncontrollable. Remember when I said the series is super chaotic? Well, the narrative doesn't always follow a straightforward path. It jumps and throws you into the middle of things without much explanation. And while that can feel disorienting, it also adds to the overall atmosphere of this chaos. It doesn't slow down to explain everything neatly, and at times, I did feel a bit lost. The action is absolutely explosive. Battles are fast, destructive, and often brutal, with a scale that keeps escalating. I also liked how morally grey the world was. There's no clear line between right and wrong, just people making desperate choices in this chaotic world. Better Man, 1999. When I think of Better Man, I keep thinking how strange the anime was, and it just kept getting weirder. Produced by Sunrise, this series has mecha, psychological horror elements, and a sci-fi mystery. The story centers around a mysterious phenomenon known as Algernon, a condition that causes people to suddenly lose control, fall into comas, or even transform into violent, monstrous beings. We follow Kiita Aono, an ordinary high school student who gets caught up in these bizarre events after encountering Hinoki Sai, a girl connected to a secretive organization called Akamatsu Industries. He's not exactly a typical hero though. If you ask me what Better Man is about, then I'd say it is a show that dives into themes of human evolution, consciousness, and survival. The show blurs the lines between human and monster and asks what it really means to evolve. I love the air of mystery regarding Better Man and Algernon. Information is revealed slowly, sometimes cryptically, and not everything is explained outright. This ambiguity is what kept me glued to the screen. At times, I thought I understood what this was about, and a few scenes later, I would be proved wrong. Kiita, as the main character, is very relatable. He's confused and constantly trying to make sense of things, just like the audience. The horror elements were my favourite because those moments really hit hard. Better Man himself is fascinating. He's not a traditional protagonist, and that makes him feel so mythic. I'll be honest, the show can get quite dense. There were definitely moments where I felt a bit overwhelmed by the concepts, but that is exactly why I loved Better Man. The Vision of Escaflowne, 1996. Produced by Sunrise, The Vision of Escaflowne seems like a typical transported into another world anime, but it is much more complex and emotionally layered than that. The story follows Hitomi Kanzaki, a high school girl with a quiet fascination for tarot cards and fortune telling. One day, she's suddenly pulled into the mystical world of Gaia, a land filled with kingdoms, ancient prophecies, and giant armor-like mechs known as Gaimelefs. In Gaia, Hitomi meets Van Fainal, a young and impulsive king who pilots the legendary Gaimelef Escaflowne. Together, they become entangled in a growing conflict against the Zyback Empire. Hitomi isn't a warrior, she's emotional, uncertain, and often overwhelmed by everything happening around her, which makes her feel relatable. There's also a strong thread of fate running throughout the story, and Atomi's visions begin to play a crucial role in guiding events. Van's journey from a reckless young king to someone forced to confront the harsh realities of war adds a lot of emotional complexity to the story. There is a love triangle between Hitomi, Van, and Alan, and that just adds a soft human touch to the narrative. The romance isn't too dramatic, but it's always present in the background, shaping the characters' choices. I thought the pacing was uneven at times, with some moments moving quickly, while others took their time. If you want to watch a dark fantasy mecha anime with strong emotional storytelling and a touch of romance, then you should watch The Vision of Escaflowne. Ra Zephon, 2002, produced by Bones. Ra Zephon tells the story of Ayato Kamina, an ordinary teenager living in Tokyo, but this Tokyo is different from the Tokyo we know. It's enclosed within a massive spherical barrier cut off from the rest of the world. In the world outside, time flows differently, and humanity is locked in conflict with an enigmatic race known as the Mu. At the center of it all is the Ra Zephon, a powerful and almost divine-looking mecha that responds to Ayato. Ra Zephon is deeply tied to music and resonance, and his powers feel almost spiritual. As Ayato begins to pilot Ra Zephon, he's also forced to confront questions about his identity and his connection to both sides of the conflict. The deeper the story goes, the more blurred everything becomes, and we realize we don't actually know who the enemy really is, and what role Ayato is meant to play in shaping the future. I love the atmosphere of the show. There's this constant sense of mystery, but it's paired with a kind of calm, poetic tone. The mecha design of Ra Zephon itself is stunning. I'll admit, the story can be a bit complex. There were definitely moments where I had to stop and rewind. However, Ra Zephon doesn't leave things open-ended. It gives you enough to eventually connect the dots, and I liked that. Panzer World Gallant, 1984. If you want an anime that focuses primarily on fantasy and has a medieval world set up with swords, kingdoms, and political struggles alongside mecha, then you must watch Panzer World Gallant. Produced by Sunrise and directed by Ryosuke Takahashi, the story follows Prince Jordi Volder, a young royal whose life is turned upside down when his kingdom is overthrown by the ambitious Marder. Forced into hiding, Jordi grows up away from his homeland, and he finds Gallant, a mysterious, ancient robot that can transform from a sword into a towering armoured warrior. And yes, it's as cool as it sounds when it transforms for the first time. As Jordi comes of age, he begins his journey to reclaim his kingdom. Along the way, he gathers allies, faces betrayals, and slowly steps into his role as a leader. He starts off uncertain and inexperienced, and you really see him struggle with the responsibility placed on him. While Gallant is incredibly powerful, it doesn't instantly solve everything. Jordi as a protagonist really grew on me. At first he feels a bit like the typical young prince on a journey, but as the story progresses, you start to see how his journey shaped him. And then there's Gallant itself. I love the design. It feels almost mythical, like a legend brought to life. But the show doesn't heavily rely on Gallant. The focus stays on the characters and the world, which makes everything feel more balanced. The only complaint I have about this show is that it has an extremely slow pace. The mecha fights are really cool though. With this, we are at the end of our list. What makes these anime stand out like Berserk is the emotional weight behind every decision, every loss, every fragile moment of hope. Beneath all the armor and destruction, these are stories about fear, identity, connection, and survival. So if you're drawn to stories that are a little heavier, a little more introspective, then you should definitely check out these anime. Let me know if you've watched any of these anime, and if you have any more recommendations for this list. Thanks for watching till the end. I'll see you next time.
Well, shit. Hey, I would say, yeah. The only one that I remember and recognize that I've seen was Neon Evangelion. I think that was the series that he mentioned. I think it was, or was that the movie that came out? Yeah. So yeah, whichever one. Yeah, but the rest of them, man, I'm definitely intrigued. Don't want to check out, because man, I'm very very interested. So yeah, so make sure you guys make your list. These animes, these awesome animes. I mean, from back then, these old classics, which they seem like to be, old classics that has helped shape the anime world and what it is today. So, because I'm for sure making a list. So yeah, because besides Evangelion, I'm I'm definitely going to check out the rest of those because man, I never seen any of those at tech animes that they're deeming this kind of like a little dark and maybe a little gritty as Berserk. So, but yeah, but shout out to the Marvelous team. God, yeah. Shout out to the Marvelous Video team and the Marvelous Anime. Um, yeah, so I am making a list because I need to see those animes, man. I like those type of animes, that fantasy, sci-fi. Oh man, like it just I can imagine it's already taken my mind into wonder, you know. So I'm kind of like, yeah, really intrigued right now. So you know, because I'm curious about the concepts within those genres. You know, what do they do that's like is different that I haven't seen yet or may have seen, but then when I watch it, I'll be like, okay, all right, that's cool, that's pretty decent. I find that to be awesome to find a concept, a masterpiece uh, that basically brought these ideas and these concepts over to these other artists, which in turn use their ideas. And so, it's cool to see that that particular element or these elements within these older animes. It's cool to see where they came from, basically. So so I appreciate you guys for that. Thank you, Marvelous Videos, Marvelous Anime, and we're going to get into our next little video right here. I want to check out with you guys. So yeah, so let me know what you guys think about that, man, in the comment section. Let me know. Let me know on the animes that you have seen in that list, and give me your thoughts and views about it, about what you received from watching any of those animes on that list out of that 10. So let's go over here and check this one out. And fair use, and shout out to these guys. Shout out to these guys, even though they piss me off half the time. But yeah, but here we go. Check them out, subscribe, and all that good shit. Like the video over there. So we're gonna check this out. It's my first time seeing this. Well, I seen a little clip of it, like a little bit of the fight towards the tail end, from a family member of mine who was watching it. I just happened to, you know, be there, just see them watching on their phone. I'm like, okay, I gotta check out the whole thing, because I like to see shit from the beginning. So I don't want to. There was no point to seeing the whole damn thing. I mean, from the beginning, if you already know how it's going to end. But yeah, so here we go.
Cell versus Metal Sonic.
Which copycat android is truly the superior model?
He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. There's a monster stalking Gingertown. No one who's seen it has lived to tell the tale. All it left behind was their clothes. Something ate these people's insides, leaving only a shadow behind.
Some kind of creature driven only by the need to feed. Earth's new apex predator, the ultimate life form.
The Namekian Piccolo went to investigate this manslayer and discovered that it was intelligent. Its tail could unravel to absorb its hapless victims and add their energy to its wretched gestalt.
But the nightmare was only just beginning, because for its last trick, somehow this freak of nature knew the Kamehameha.
The mystery of this creature's origin was decades in the making. Years ago, the world was terrorized by the most advanced paramilitary organization in history, the Red Ribbon Army.
Until they got rocked by this little kung fu gremlin, Son Goku.
But Red Ribbon's dream of revenge lived on within their head scientist, Dr. Gero.
Hiding away in his spooky cave laboratory, Gero would go to work studying the Z fighters from afar, learning everything there was to know about them.
And building a series of androids that would destroy his spiky-haired nemesis once and for all.
He made a ton of them. Infinite energy androids, key-absorbing androids, trucker head androids, and even... ginger androids.
However, none of Gero's creations were capable of matching that drive to improve that Goku and his fellow martial artists possessed.
Luckily, he had one more android left. A cute little booger so complex he'd take years after Gero's death to complete. Its name was Cell.
Born from a single cell, get it? This android possessed the genetic information of all the greatest warriors that had battled on Earth, and, when fully evolved, would become unstoppable.
And with their DNA, Cell absorbed all their powers and techniques too.
Common among all of them is the power to manipulate Ki, or the energy that exists in all living things, and weaponize it to fire energy blasts, fly at faster than light speeds, move things with telekinesis, and create force fields.
From the humans, Krillin and Tien, Cell knows the multiform technique, Destructo Disc, and the Tri-Beam, his extra special favorite. Oh, weird, I'm not seeing Chaozu on this list. Sorry, bud.
Is Chaozu human?
Oh.
Okay. Cell can fire the Death Beam, as well as breathe in and travel through the vacuum of space with the alien genes of Frieza and his father.
And because he's got Piccolo's DNA, Cell can regenerate humongous damage to his body at the cost of some ki.
Cell has survived having half his body vaporized multiple times, and cannot be destroyed unless the small cluster of cells at the core of his being is eradicated.
Should that little bugger survive, Cell will always return, even stronger than before because of the Saiyan DNA he got from Goku and Vegeta. Definitely the cream of the genetic crop.
Sure, he can perfectly replicate attacks like the Gallic Gun, Spirit Bomb, and of course Kamehameha, as well as teleport by locking onto a living being's key signature.
But the best part of being a Saiyan is how much crazy stronger they get every time they almost die.
They can even evolve to become orders of magnitude stronger in the midst of battle. Combine that with Cell's healing factor, and he is effectively the ultimate warrior.
Like a perpetual shonen motion machine.
Driven by a biological imperative, Cell wanted nothing more than to devour Gero's previous androids, 17 and 18, believing it would make him perfect.
Only one problem. The Cell we know was born in the future, and both 17 and 18 had been destroyed. So he murdered Trunks and went back in time. Not our Trunks, future Trunks. Well, not future Trunks, but another future Trunks. It's very complicated. There's like 5 timelines.
As Cell defeated and absorbed the androids, he evolved. Not only getting stronger, but changing his personality and developing a lust for battle.
He became less creepy bug serial killer and more, well, Saiyan. After exploiting that very Saiyan arrogance and warrior's pride, Cell finally became perfect.
And easily dominated Trunks and Vegeta, the latter of whom had decades of battle experience under his belt.
Perfect Cell's power was off the charts. He could threaten the whole Earth just by powering up. With a full power Kamehameha, he was even capable of destroying our entire solar system.
While the vast majority of our solar system's mass is located in the sun, this still means that Cell's ki wave would have to reach 2.8 billion miles to eradicate every planet.
But Wiz, maybe he was just exaggerating.
Not likely. Cell's claim has been backed up in multiple guidebooks, and even demonstrated outright in the video games.
Cell's even stronger in the anime adaptation, considering the time Frieza blew up Namek. In the anime, the explosion was literally hundreds of light years wide and lit up the friggin' galaxy.
And Cell was far stronger than Frieza was at that point in time.
Hell, the Namekians could sense him all the way from a different galaxy and thought he might be a threat to the whole universe.
He's also incredibly fast, capable of blitzing even the strongest Z fighters at the time. Goku flew from Grand Kai's planet of heaven all the way to hell, hundreds of billions of light years in half a minute. And that was in his base form.
Yeah, that's cool, but how about the power to squeeze mini Cell Juniors out of your butt? What? Never heard of that key technique? Call it the Kegel.
Perfect Cell was entirely without peer and, no longer wedded to Giro's petty grudge, decided to prove it with a tournament.
The Cell Games! And if Goku couldn't even beat him, what hope did anyone else have? Vegeta couldn't even handle a Cell Jr.
Their last hope was Goku's own son, Gohan.
After Cell arrogantly let him power up, Gohan unleashed his rage, pushed the bug monster to his absolute limits, and beat him. Wow, Cell, you really are related to Vegeta, aren't you?
In truth, Cell was a victim of his own success. The same Saiyan genes that made him all-powerful also sowed the seeds of his defeat.
He got so mad he even blew himself up. Maybe he does have some Chaozu in him after all.
Even that wasn't enough to totally put him down, and he came back with the same Super Saiyan power-up that Gohan had just unlocked.
Super Perfect Cell! Now with more lightning. In a battle for the ages, Cell put the entire weight of his biological programming against one lone Saiyan and went the distance.
But in the end, it still wasn't enough. No matter how brilliantly Dr. Gero copied the Z-Fighters, he still couldn't quite figure out their knack for going beyond.
What can be destroyed can always be rebuilt. All it takes to recreate the most fearsome warrior in the universe is one single cell.
Hey, real quick, did you know Death Metal launched our own tabletop gaming channel? It's called The Nightly Brew. We're doing Dungeons & Dragons, Blood on the Clock Tower, and a bunch of other stuff. I'd love if you could check it out. We just finished our campaign through the old school Tomb of Horrors, the most infamous dungeon in D&D history. Here's a clip. You quadruple in size and bump into multiple of the columns. There's no way you can fit in this room without touching columns. So you begin floating up.
It's my
into
last
the air
character.
as giant balloon soot drifts closer to the demon face. God. When he gets just a couple feet away from the mouth, soot disappears.
Oh
Aaron's crying. You were like, oh, this dungeon's terrible. It's the most, like, everybody dies. It's the hardest thing. And I was like, we've got this, these other sessions. And then we hit this fucking room, and I am at my limit. I hate this with all of my being.
Like a fucking she's giving the parade blip.
Time and again, the world and its cuddly forest critters were threatened by the evil and oval Dr. Ivo Eggman Robotnik.
And time and again, that same world and those same critters were saved by Sonic the Hedgehog. No matter how many robotic badniks the good doctor threw at his blue spiky nemesis, his schemes were always 6 spin jumps to the glowing wing spot away from getting cracked and scrambled.
But it wouldn't be over easy for Eggman. If he couldn't defeat the Blue Blur, he would make his own, Metal Sonic.
Well, 0 points on creativity for that name, but goddamn, he does look metal as hell.
They say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so Eggman built Metal with more than enough blast processing to match his prototype.
Metal can zoom around at massively hypersonic speeds, fast enough to fly to nearby planets in seconds.
He's tougher than Eggman's standard equipment, some of which can survive black holes.
Metal can use all of Sonic's power-ups, and even replicate his classic spin dash and light speed attack.
But he's got moves of his own.
He can attack with energy blast, fire a chest laser, surround himself in an electric aura, or an impenetrable force field.
By overloading his circuitry with energy, Metal can activate V Maximum Overdrive, quadrupling his acceleration and obliterating anything in his path, at the risk of self-destructing.
You'd think all that'd be enough to turn the rodent into roadkill, but it only took one showdown on Stardust Speedway to send Metal to the scrap heap.
On paper, Metal should be able to outmatch Sonic in every way, and yet he doesn't. For some reason, Eggman wasn't able to capture that ineffable quality that makes Sonic the fastest thing alive. Metal's defeats at the hands of Sonic and his friends sharpened his AI into a seething hatred of his rival and a burning desire to prove himself superior.
Yeah, well, when you're getting your supersized red ass handed to you by Charmy B, you know something's gone horribly wrong.
Metal's defeats gave him an existential crisis. If he was created to surpass Sonic and couldn't even manage that, what was he? Why should he exist?
Never one to admit defeat, Eggman took Metal back to the drawing board and birthed him anew. You.
This Neo Metal Sonic was, above all, far smarter.
Especially after he copied Eggman's intelligence and took over his empire. And we mean literally copied. If Metal started as Sonic's copycat, why not hunt all of his furry friends down and copy them too?
Neo Metal Sonic is equipped with scanners in his optic receptors that can copy a person's biodata, giving him the ability to recreate all of their abilities in seconds.
Like the Sonic Boom, Knuckles' Hammer Punch, Tails' magical swiveling asshole, and Big's ability to suck at fishing.
Metal isn't just learning their moves, he can replicate more esoteric powers like Silver Psychokinesis, manufacture Rouge's mechanical bat guards, or alter his very biology to copy Espio's chameleon invisibility. It's worth mentioning that biological data is a real scientific term and can refer to molecular structures like the genome sequence within a living organism's DNA.
Yeah, his copying is so busted, it doesn't really matter that he's a robot made of metal. If you can do it, so can he. Probably helps that he can shapeshift and regenerate his whole body from a puddle.
Likely by copying one of the mightiest beings on the planet, the god of destruction, Chaos.
Not the only chaos he's encountered.
By scanning the ultimate life form, Shadow the Hedgehog, he gained his ability to manipulate some of the most powerful artifacts in the universe.
You mean the Chaos Emeralds?
Yes. The emeralds contain an infinite wellspring of mystical power and life energy. With them, Metal can perform Shadow's chaos control. He can teleport, warp, and distort space, boost his speed, and stop time. And with either the Chaos Emeralds or Master Emerald, he can transform into Super Neo Metal Sonic.
Completely invulnerable and completely golden, Super Neo Metal Sonic can move at faster than light speeds and has the power to move continents.
The emeralds are inconceivably powerful. They've been used to fuel Eggman's Death Egg, which could obliterate star systems.
On their own, they can even create and destroy whole universes.
Other super characters like Sonic have battled and defeated beings like the Time Eater, who could destroy multiple dimensions and timelines in seconds. At their peak, 3 super hedgehogs have even fought Solaris, who nearly consumed Sonic's entire multiverse.
So Super Neo Metal Sonic should be just as powerful as any of them, though he's gotta be quick because all that power only lasts a short time.
The road to total domination was nearly at an end. After manipulating Sonic and friends and copying their abilities, Metal eventually combined their biodata with the mighty Egg Fleet and became Metal Overlord.
Complete with missiles, giant crystal projectiles, and the strength to match 3 supersonic heroes all by himself, Overlord is all-time final boss material.
And he knew it. His ego might as well have had its own health bar. Metal's drive to surpass his rival had morphed into the delusional belief that he was the original, and Sonic the loathsome copy.
A copy that Metal had finally outclassed. All the heroes Metal had gathered had to team up to take him down.
He may have stolen their abilities, but Metal never possessed the thing that made the Sonic heroes successful: their friendship and teamwork.
Aw, how cute! Gag. Probably should have added some of those goddamn rails to the final boss fight, because it is impossible to land on those things. After getting trashed again, Eggman reprogrammed Metal to purge any bits of rebelliousness from his code.
Metal returned to being the Eggman Army's chief enforcer, always proving invaluable as the Bad Doctor's greatest creation, now completely obedient once again.
I don't know, Wiz. Who knows what's really going on behind those glowing red eyes? Maybe Metal is more cunning than he lets on, and is only biding his time until he can take over again.
Maybe the most powerful thing that Metal copied was the ability to lie.
Hey, I'm Chad, the voice of Boomstick. And if you don't believe me,
But what about now? That's what I thought.
look, the matchup is about to begin and we can't wait for you to see it. But first I want to tell you about a brand new thing coming to the Death Battle store, and it's something you guys have been asking for. Matchup pitches. It's a way to meet with me and Ben, the creators of Death Battle, and pitch us a matchup that you've been wanting to see. Any matchup, any way you like. We'd love to hear from you. This was originally a Kickstarter reward, but due to popular demand, we wanted to keep it going. A lot of episodes of Death Battle that are currently being worked on are because of a pitch. So we want to give each pitch the time it needs, so quantity is limited, so you better act quick. Death Battle pitches are available right now on deathbattle.gg. That's our website that's like a Patreon mixed with some other stuff. And if you're a website member, you get discounts on all of our merch, including the pitch calls. While you're there, make sure you check out the Death Battle Retro Tee. It's a shirt we made like over a decade ago. The first Death Battle shirt, I found the file and recreated it, only on a much nicer shirt. So check that out while you're there. Anyway, let's get to the fight. I know you want to see it, and Boomstick wants to see one of these copycats get copy-capped. So here we go, and remember, deathbattle.gg. We want to hear your pitches. Thanks.
All right, the combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibilities.
It's time for a death battle!
Salutations, Dr. Robotnik. Your reputation precedes you. Bring me your strongest fighter, or face... Then prepare to kneel before your master. Perfect. Tell me, does a machine like yourself ever experience fear? Not anymore! You're dealing with the ultimate life form. I already possess his data. Observe. Chaos! Control. Life form data successfully copied. Scan. It'll take more than that to kill me, puppet! I know. Now I know everything about you, insect. Don't you dare. Just the greatest warrior in the universe! I am all of them! If you are all of them, then so am I. I'll never lose to a machine like... You.
KO! So, now Metal's got all the powers of the Chaos Emeralds and the Z-Fighters? Well, that world's fucked. Our bad.
Cell may have been one of the greatest threats in Dragon Ball Z, but Eggman's greatest creation ultimately proved too much for him. Let's break this down into 4 categories: strength, speed, abilities, and adaptation.
First up, who was the strongest? Well, it's no surprise that any version of Cell was gonna be way more powerful than base Metal, or Neo. Even just using the manga, blowing up a solar system is far beyond the level of power output Metal can match.
Without his stronger forms. With them, the power gap entirely reversed. Not only could Metal match Cell's solar system busting or scaling from Frieza, but he could surpass it with the universe-destroying power of the Emeralds.
But hang on, Wiz. Those Namekians said that Cell was strong enough to threaten a universe on his own.
They did, but they didn't specify how, and there's nothing suggesting he could destroy it in one go, especially since it's only brought up theoretically and without any time frame.
Even being generous and assuming he could just blow it up, final bosses like Time Eater and Solaris can destroy the wider multiverse, and Super Neo Metal would scale to them. Metal Sonic takes the edge in strength.
And with Sonic characters being known for their speed, you might think that was an easy win for Metal.
At his max speed in his super form, he should be comparable to entities like the Time Eater, who in Shadow Generations can destroy entire universes in seconds. By using the radius of the observable universe, we can estimate the Time Eater's destructive wave traveled at about 180 quadrillion times faster than light.
Certainly impressive, but let's compare that to Goku's flight from heaven to hell shortly after the Cell games, which covered roughly a universe in distance at approximately 180 quadrillion times faster than light.
Hey, just like Time Eater. The difference, though, was that Goku was in his base form, way slower than Super Saiyan 2 Gohan or Super Perfect Cell.
Factoring in Super Saiyan multipliers, Super Perfect Cell can move upwards of 100 times faster than that, and so 100 times faster than Metal Sonic. Somehow, Cell takes the edge in speed. You know, the thing Metal was designed for.
Wasn't expecting that. Let's see if any of their abilities could tip the scales.
They shared many of the same powers, like telekinesis, force fields, and energy projectiles. Of note though, Cell's regeneration was clearly superior, able to fully heal from a single cluster of microscopic cells.
On top of that, Cell's Saiyan genes would let him grow in power every time he almost died, and his Cell Juniors gave him the numbers advantage.
And considering Super Neo Metal had a time limit, Cell would have a big advantage in a battle of attrition.
But with Chaos Control, that became a lot tougher.
Cell and his juniors had no way to deal with Metal boosting his speed or stopping time, something that countered Cell's speed advantage and left him open. And with Silver's psychokinesis, or the Emerald spatial distortion, Metal could seriously impair Cell's healing.
So it helped that Cell could fall back on his martial arts abilities in a pinch.
Despite effectively being a newborn, Cell's genetic instincts allowed him to best Earth's most skilled warriors back to back to back.
Metal may have copied Eggman's brains, but he definitely isn't as good of a fighter. The Sonic heroes haven't trained like the Z fighters, and Metal's been beaten by all of them a bunch of times. So all that in mind, abilities is roughly a wash.
Which leaves us with the one thing they're both known for: their capability to evolve and become more powerful in response to their opponents, aka their adaptation.
And frankly, that's where this back and forth completely breaks. Because at the end of the day, Metal can copy Cell, but Cell can't absorb Metal.
Cell's ability to physically absorb an opponent is primarily viable against foes he can match or overpower.
Even if he took Metal by surprise, he can't absorb fully inorganic robots like Android 16.
Cell was only able to absorb Androids 17 and 18 because they were primarily organic.
They're actually more like cyborgs and are only called androids in the English translation.
Metal, on the other hand, can copy a target's biodata through only a few seconds of direct eyesight, something he could easily accomplish during a time stop.
And using it on Cell means he wouldn't just get Cell's powers, but the powers of all of the Z-Warriors too.
Remember, Metal's copying applies to abilities that fundamentally affect his own biology, like Espio's invincibility or Chaos's liquid body. Nothing Cell has would be off limits, especially given all of Cell's powers were genetically encoded in the first place, quite literally biodata.
Cell's Saiyan power-ups? Copied. Cell's regeneration? Copied. Cell's key techniques? Believe it or not, copied.
Chaos Emeralds are described as being able to produce life energy, similar to Ki, so there's a precedent for him being able to replicate Cell's power set. And at this point, there's nothing stopping Metal from, say, stopping time and using a Kamehameha to vaporize him at a cellular level, just like Gohan did.
Cell might be able to do anything the Z-Fighters know how to do, but that's not gonna help him, cause Metal can do anything Cell knows how to do. Strange, isn't it?
Cell just doesn't have any options to retaliate that Metal wouldn't also possess, including any of his previous advantages. Metal's copy ability is just that overpowered.
Oh, I guess now I get why they called it Sonic CD.
And why's that?
Cell died. Wiz, you get it? CD? Wiz, where you go? Come on back. Next time on Death Battle.
Subscribe and join as a member to see more Death Battle. Thanks for watching.
Oh no. Okay, Metal Sonic. Given that I really, yeah. After a while, I kind of fell off with the Sonic universe, but I do am familiar with Metal Sonic to a degree, but not that extensively. So shout out to them for that. But so he's saying Metal Sonic. He's saying like back to back. So what? Did they put Metal Sonic against other Z fighters as well? Like, dude, if he can do all that shit, then I mean, come on, like, once you put him up against some of the other juggernauts, you know what I mean? Because yeah, I'm like, Devin, that was Cell, and Cell was a motherfucker, boy. He was a character, man. But it was typical Death Battle. But hey, it's Metal Sonic wins. But that was a pretty good, decent battle, man. I was like, damn. I was like, he copied his Kamehameha. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, oh hell no. I'm like, well, how the hell his blast is stronger than Cell's blast? I'm like, oh god. I'm like, okay, well, if that's what it is, that battle is so be it. But shout out to you guys. And yeah, I have some more fight comparisons coming you guys' way. One of them I would like for you to include right now. I will tell you is Dracula. Well, Dracula slash Lord of Shadow slash Trevor Belmont. Yeah, from from the Lords of Shadow. Have him fight up against somebody. Because he came to my mind some time ago, so I was like, yeah, this will be another one I like to bring to Death Battle. So yeah, and then man, there's just multiple ideas for multiple others, man. I have, dude. Yeah, so if you guys have any, of any opponents you think you can face off against Dracula from the Castlevania Lords of Shadow, throw that in the comment section, as well as any other fight comparisons. Then I'll take that and possibly go ahead and make a thumbnail for it, so they'll see. So yeah, so let's go into our next video real quick. I'm gonna save the reviews for last. Get these out the way, cause man, oh boy, I was like, yeah, I gotta dive into it. So that was definitely gotta hear that. And yeah, check this one out, man, from my hilarious brother, Unhinged Knight. Check him out. These videos I haven't seen yet, so. But yeah, but last video, that was a pretty good battle, man. That battle, so shout out to them. Well, shout out to Unhinged Knight. Salute and fair use.
Alright, this video was going to be on something else, but a stronger question has been echoing through my mind for a while now. And honestly, I think everybody's asking the same question. Is Debbie eventually going to get back with Nolan in the animated TV show?
Yes!
Knight, we all know how this story goes. I've seen real women and fake women get back with scumbags easily. Hoes do it all the time, Knight. You think Debbie really cares that he killed a bunch of people? Nah, you heard her in the last episode.
I missed you.
Oh yay! That's all it takes, Knight. Now, all Only Man gotta do is start drawing it back. He's in there. Today, Debbie's saying,
You.
but soon she'll be saying,
Me.
oh yeah, it's all coming together. Just like in the comics. For those who don't know, she said something similar in the comments at first, but then this old dog missed her Omni back shots and came back to her man, wagging her tail and barking. Okay, first off, just because it happened in the comments does not mean it's going to happen in an animation. Plus, the Debbie in the animation is way more of a fleshed out character than the Debbie in the comics. The one in the comics might as well have been a background character, because no one in their right mind would forgive Omni-Man for what he did. And I mean, there's a list of bad things that he did, but let me remind y'all some of the worst things he did.
How could you do this?
That was your fault. What? Your stubbornness against the inevitable killed those people.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
I do love your mother, but she's more like a pet.
Oh, no, he didn't. Okay, I see your points, and I raised you, and I don't give a Omni-Man was just doing what he was raised to do. And if he didn't do this, he'll have to fight the whole Viltrumite Empire. Or more or less, drag with a fresh cut. Some say he may dodge your fist, but he'll never duck or fade. Oh no, blah 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 whatever. If he was so afraid of drag, he could have took his family to another planet. And how the hell was he supposed to do that? I don't know, man, it's a cartoon. And he has similar powers to Superman. He can come up with something. And besides that, your little "oh, he was programmed" argument is not a good excuse. What you talking about, Knight? He's either older or around 2,000 years old. And I don't know about you, but that's long enough for someone to grow some morals. Grow some morals? He was raised to believe what he was doing was right. Oh, okay. So 2,000-year-old guy, or more or less 2,000-year-old Superman, goes to a planet and tries to conquer it, but instead falls in love. And years later, his son's born, and he has powers. So now all of a sudden, he has to conquer the planet again? And let's be honest here, he did almost Holocaust levels of damage to Earth, if not more. And bruh basically caused 1,000 9/11s. And he caused this by beating his son all the way around the planet, covered in the blood of innocent people, his friends, and his own, plus marks. Meanwhile, his wife is watching in horror from miles away, only to eventually hear him call her a pet. So you telling me this man has killed women, children, men, soldiers, and more, and Debbie is supposed to forgive him and take him back? Simply because his 2,000-year-old ass was raised and taught to do that? Yeah. And also, just ignoring all that for a second. You can't ignore the screams of children, the trauma of families. The hell I can't. Trauma and 9/11 aside, Omni-Man has saved a lot more people than he's killed. He was a hero. Yeah, it was, but not anymore. Plus, he didn't mean the pet thing about Debbie.
Am I still your pet?
You never were.
Objection! This Viltrumite is lying! Bitch, shut up, we ain't in court. Well, we should be. Men on Earth who have done at least half the bad things that Omni-Man has done have been sentenced to death. And no, not by Snoo. What is wrong with you people? Well, if not by Snoo, then how? The good old-fashioned way voice. Oh, Lord! And that's exactly what Omni-Man deserves, too. So screw his apologies, because an apology won't bring back the dead. But he's trying to atone, though. And the Bible says... hold up. Piano showing something. Alright, shut up! The Bible says it is good to forgive. If Saul can go by Paul and change his ways, then so can Omni-Man. People can change, Knight. Well, just because Omni-Man is trying to change and atone does not mean Debbie has to forgive him. Besides, she has her own Paul now, no Saul included. Oh no, you didn't just draw the Bible back in my face. I didn't just draw the Bible, I drew the whole piano. Hesitation, hypocritical bitch. Well, forgiveness is still important. Oh, I'm sorry, would you forgive Hitler? Would you forgive Epstein? Would you forgive the guy who created ads? Not the ads. Yeah, that's what I thought. Give up, voice. My opinions are too powerful. Never! And Paul is lame. Well, he may be lame, voice, but I'll tell you what, he's not. A cheater. Oh, come on, when did Omni-Man... Oh, shit. That's right, voice. Paul may be lame, with no powers, but other than that, he's a pretty chill guy who doesn't cheat, who doesn't leave Debbie for an ugly bug alien woman, would by the way, and have a kid with that alien woman, and then while the alien baby is still a baby, take that same alien baby to my now ex-wife for her to take care of while I'm in prison. And to make matters worse, Omni-Man said this about that same bug lady.
Andressa was a mistake. I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, I don't know about you, voice, but cheating on your wife and almost getting your son killed, plus giving one of your sons to her while you're in jail, sounds a lot more lame to me than the guy just being normal. Plus, Paul has a good job, he dresses nicely, and he's not out in the streets with no bug lady. Oh no. Instead, he's in the sheets with Debbie, giving her those normal average guy back shots. And she likes it. Oh, you sick bastard. Admit defeat, voice. You lost. I never admit defeat. I only lick them to show dominance. Hey, yo. And now to bring out my trump card. Yeah. What do you mean trump card? What the hell could you possibly say to make the viewers and me believe that Debbie should forgive Omni-Man? What you got, voice? More scriptures? God gonna punish you if you tell a lie now. I tell no lies, Knight. Only clear, hard facts. And my trump card is one word and one word only. Hybristophilia. Shut up, sound effects. What the hell does that mean? Oh, I'm so glad you asked, Knight. Hybristophilia is a paraphilia of sexual arousal and attraction. Oh my.
I like where this is going. Giggity, giggity, giggity.
This is when individuals are sexually attracted to people who have committed serious crimes such as murder, serial killings, or robbery. And this paraphilia is also often called the Bonnie and Clyde syndrome, because this phenomenon frequently manifests as women forming romantic relationships with notorious male criminals. In other words, viewer, women like bad boys. And what is Omni-Man? A bad boy. Meanwhile, Paul is boring and lame. He didn't look very boring in that bedroom. Oh, get your mind out of the gutter. I'm not just talking about knocking boots night. I'm talking about attraction. And the laws of attraction cannot be beat, whether you've done bad things in your life or not. If you're a bad boy, women are going to reward that behavior. Look at Genghis Khan and his many wives. Okay, what's your point? My point is, Debbie may not forgive Omni-Man immediately. Oh no. And it may not happen tomorrow or the next day. But eventually, bam! Just like that, she's going to be back in them sheets. It's Female Nature Night, and since it did happen in the comics, there's a high chance it'll happen again in the animation, which many may not like. But that's too damn bad. Because the laws of attraction and the law of woman don't go by logic, oh no. They go by what? Feelings. And obviously, looks have a lot to do with it. So she might as well accept his atonement now, because the laws have spoken. Are you done? No. Tell me I'm right, bitch. And forgive Omni-Man for his sins like a good Christian would. Hell no. I'm gonna stay petty and mad. And so should Debbie. Well, I guess we'll see next week who's right and who's wrong. Until then night. What the hell? Where did he go? Until then!
Hilarious. Oh shit. You hypocrite, you hypocritical bitch. That shit was hilarious. Oh man, I got another one of his. So you're right. You did all this shit. And they're gonna display female nature once again in this damn show. Where she's gonna end up getting back with him. To show the modern female nature. Where the woman can't resist the bad guy. The no good motherfuckers. So yeah. So yeah, it's in the comics and it's highly likely where she might, but we know that these animators, you know, they're not known for putting in 100% into their shows of what's in accordance to what's in the comics. So yeah, all right. As I get to finish eating, I was laughing too while I was rolling. I mean, I was laughing my ass off while I was eating. So yeah, let me go ahead and show this one. Here we go.
All right, viewers, it's time once again to ask the big questions. So, just off the top of your head, with no information, would it be wise to smash a gem? But not just any gem, viewer. Oh no, the crystal gems.
Oh my goodness!
Now, technically, the one I just showed you isn't a crystal gem, but you get the point. In this video, we're talking about the gems from the Cartoon Network show, Steven Universe. Now, a gem in this show are an ancient alien species of magical sentient stones that project humanoid light constructs. And I'll just say it in slang terms for you, viewer. They're rocks. And what have we all learned from Elmo about rocks? That's right, viewer. You're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. A rock is just a rock. Alien magic bullshit or not. If any of these gems get damaged enough, they will revert back to a gem or more or less a rock. And rocks are only meant to be stepped on so you can get to the real waifus of the world. Yeah. But of course, some of us don't think that way. Voice, stop gunning over that boulder. Hey, she is not just a boulder. She's a rock. A rock I want to have sexual relations with. Have you learned nothing from Sesame Street? Rocks are not people. They are rocks. Hey, if that rock has boobs in a hole, I'm willing to try to go explore that cave. Voice, you cannot smash a rock. Who says? Elmo says. Well, this ain't Elmo's world. This is my world. And in my world, rocks are smashable. Voice, it's just a rock. It's not right. It's weird. And boobs on a rock make no sense. Yeah, I beg to differ. First off, that's not a rock, that's a blue diamond. What's your point? My point is, smashing a rock, living or not, is illogical and not right. Who's asking if it's right? I'm just trying to see if I can get away with it. And as far as I can tell, rocks have no rights. I can go outside right now and pick up a rock and do whatever I want with it. And if a rock comes to the planet looking like this, best believe it's going down. She may get probed. There are no laws protecting the gems, Knight. I can do whatever I want with this thing. And you can't stop me. I'm gonna name this boulder Raquisha. And we're gonna have 10 kids and a mortgage. Voice, you're weird and disgusting. Well, what Elmo think? Elmo can kick rocks and kiss my black. Now, when the show Steven Universe first began, we were immediately introduced to the first main gems of the story. And the main gems of the story are Garnet, Amethyst, Pearl, and this obese kid. For some reason. Goddamn, that little boy fat. Anyway, together these guys are called the Crystal Gems. Now, the Crystal Gems portray themselves as the protectors of Earth, but when this group first started, they were rebels, and they were rebelling against the Gem homeworld and the Great Diamond Authority. And the Great Diamond Authority, at this point in time in the story, are basically the gems who want to exploit Earth and use the planet to create new gems, therefore destroying Earth in the process. Now, before I get into the pros and cons, I must explain one thing. Pink Diamond. If you haven't watched the show, you have no clue who this character is. So let me make one thing very clear. Pink Diamond is also Rose Quartz in the story. All gems can shapeshift, by the way. And when she was going by the name Pink Diamond, she was a part of the Great Diamond Authority. And at one point in her story, the Great Diamond Authority assigned her Earth as her first colony. Which means she was supposed to go to Earth, terraform the planet, make new gems, and eventually, once the terraforming process destroys Earth, leave. But that did not happen because Pink Diamond fell in love with Earth, and because she fell in love with Earth, she at some point in her story shapeshifted into this form as a disguise and named herself Rose Quartz. And then, long story short, she fell in love with a Chad named Greg and decided that she loved Earth so much that she wanted to rebel against the Great Diamond Authority, and her and other gems eventually fought against the Great Diamond Authority, and then eventually in her story, her and Greg got busy! And they had Steven. So in the gist, that's Rose Quartz, aka Pink Diamond's story. Now I know you're probably thinking, well, if Greg was able to smash Pink Diamond and have a kid, what's the problem? Look at me, there's a problem, trust me. When the creator of a show looks like this, there is bound to be some problems, plot holes, and a ton of political messaging. So let's dive deep into this whole weirdness, shall we? Now, first, pro. Gems do tend to look human-like in appearance. Now, some more than others, but yes, most do look mostly human. And they also come in a wide array of colors, appearances, sizes, and structures, based on their gemstone type. Now, this next part could be a con or a pro, depending on you. While most gems have 2 eyes, some gems only have 1. And also, one of their biggest cons is that their bodies seem to be made up of dull joint-like segments in their base forms. Now, for that information, this may not be for all of them, but most of them. And this next part is going to turn some of y'all off completely. They lack features such as breast forms, nipples, and navels. What? Rakisha, are you a man? They're not men, they're aliens. And they don't have these body parts because they don't naturally possess a reproductive system. But wait a minute now, Rose Quartz was able to have sexual relations with Greg and have Steven. So I call bull. However, since they're able to shapeshift, they can shapeshift such features. So basically, while biological reproduction for the gems is an alien concept, some form of it is not impossible for them. Which, yes, is proven by Rose Quartz and Greg knocking boots. Now, gems technically can't reproduce with each other, but they can fuse, which we'll talk about in a moment, and with humans, they can create gem hybrid offsprings. But Rose Quartz, aka Pink Diamond, aka Steven Universe's mom, is the only one in the show that has been known to do this. Oh, really? Hey, Rakisha, can you do that? Oh, yeah! So anyways, yes, it is possible to sleep with a crystal gem, or a gem in general. However, oh, come on, what now? It is possible that if you sleep with a crystal gem, or a gem in general, and they get preggers, then their pregnancy could also lead to their death. Oh, Lord! Now, I say this because Rose Quartz, aka Pink Diamond, aka Steven's mom, in the story currently, is dead. Now, gems are a tough alien species. In fact, Garnet is so tough, she can swim in lava and survive the intense pressure of the ocean. And the toughness of each of them may vary, by the way, but my point is, Steven's mom, Pink Diamond, is a diamond. And the diamonds in this universe are basically top tier in terms of power. So Pink Diamond didn't die with no gunshot wound, no sickness, or old age. She specifically died when she gave birth to Steven. Now, why this happened? Basically, for Steven to be able to be born, she had to give up her physical form and her consciousness and pass it on to Steven. She could not exist simultaneously with her gem. So again, basically what I'm saying is, once Steven inherited her gem, she had to go. And she left behind a whole bunch of problems and trauma. Now this part is interesting. When the Crystal Gems and the Diamonds first met Steven, both groups kind of assumed that Steven was Rose Quartz, or in other words, Pink Diamond. Or in other words, the idea of a baby is so complex and alien to them that they try to rationalize it by saying that Rose Quartz, or more or less Pink Diamond, just shapeshift into Steven. But obviously this wasn't the case. Now, moving on. Another con is that gems refer to their physical bodies as illusions. They're humanoid shapes or projections from their gemstones, which can be changed at will. And in the show, it's described as being like a hologram, but with mass, with the only constant feature being their gemstone and their color scheme. So even though they can shapeshift, they still stay the same color. And this is simply a con because it's just kind of weird. Because if you're smashing a gem, you're basically humping a rock that can project itself as a sexy woman, as a hologram with mass. So yeah, works for me as long as she's not a man. Well, of course they're not men, but they are canonically supposed to be sexless. And this means, basically, like what I said before, they're not in really any way like Earth human females. They don't have a reproductive system, or tickle biggies, nips, or navels, which is all obviously a con. However, most present themselves as feminine. And I mean this literally. White Diamond, basically the leader of the Great Diamond Authority, literally wears heels and runs like a Karen on crack. So yeah, they're sexless because, well, the rocks. Alien rocks, but rocks. And they're all more or less like this, except for Steven, because they're born with integrated programming. And this programming dictates their purpose, knowledge, and initial missions. Which in some ways is bad, because when they're first born, they don't really have much individuality. And their matriarchal system, or more or less most gems, don't really support individuality or value life. Which is a con, but this can change, and has changed in the story, which is a pro. This shows that they're not robots, like Omni-Man from Invincible. They're kind of just born in a system that tells them that they are this thing, and that their whole life purpose is to do that one thing. And if they don't do that one thing, then
There we are. I've removed their flaws. Now there is nothing to hinder my white light from sparkling through them.
yeah, the white one is the scariest one. Wonder why that is, Rebecca Sugar? Well, obviously not. It's because she doesn't like white chocolate. Some people are lactose intolerant. Right, yeah, that's the reason. Anyway, let's get to how the gems are born. Now again, they are born with integrated programming, which is a con, but in a way it's also a pro, because they're not born as babies. They are born fully formed with adult level knowledge. In their species, they don't have a concept of childhood or growing. When they're born for a reason, and they generally believe when they're born, they're going to be doing what they're supposed to be doing, or more or less their purpose for the rest of their lives. Now this more or less can change, but yes, this is the standard for the gems. Now the biggest con that comes with how they're born is the overall process of the birth, basically called kindergarten. Now let me explain that in more detail. In order to expand the gem empire, the diamonds select planets to colonize, and these planets will have kindergartens set up on them by homeworld gems. Now specific locations on a planet may be selected based on the making of the area and the location. And what I mean when I say that is, they're not going to land or put a kindergarten in New York. You know, because some places in New York are... Ew! Yeah, they want to put the kindergarten in a place with rich resources, because a place with rich resources would create a standard gem. So more or less, they'll probably choose a place like the Amazons. And once they choose a location, the area is altered by gems so that injectors, which is a bunch of big machines, are able to be placed on the walls of this location. And once they're placed, the injectors will inject goo, and I believe it's also called diamond essence, into an empty space on the wall. And then, the most horrifying part happens. The goo would then drain all of its surroundings of life in order to grow and develop. And yes, these injectors are more or less terraforming or more or less draining the life force out of the planet, causing the birth of gems, but also causing, well, this. Damn, Rakisha, your people fucked up. Earth will be destroyed and they get new gems. Con! And also, and they do this so easily because they don't seem to naturally value life, and they see humans as more or less animals. Now, not all of them think this way, but that was the standard way of thinking for most of the gems on Homeworld, at least until later in the series when things changed. Now, moving on. A pro for them is that gems are engineered to adapt to a variety of conditions and cannot die by natural causes. Since their bodies are only projections of light, gems do not have to breathe, eat, drink, or sleep to survive. Although they can choose to do this if they want to, but they don't have to. And they also don't age, making them effectively immortal, which that could be a pro or a con depending on who you are. On one hand of the argument, they're old. But on the other hand, they're all gilfs. Big, strong, powerful, sexy gilfs. Oh me, oh my. Rakisha, we're breaking up. Bitch, stop crying. I see how you look at other rocks. Okay, that conversation is getting weird. So anyways, gems are very powerful. They all have inhuman physical strength and durability of varying degrees. And they're able to do things like summon weapons, fusion, and not the Dragon Ball fusion. This fusion is, a lot different. And we'll talk about that once we talk about Garnet. But they also have the ability to store materials in a pocket dimension within their gemstones. And they have the ability to use their gemstones like a flashlight. And they have something called bubble creation. Now again, all gems don't have the same abilities, and the strength and durability can vary. For instance, Lapis Lazuli does not have the ability to summon a weapon. And Peridot, without her limb enhancers, is physically not as strong as other gems. But more or less, these abilities I mentioned are the standard for most gems. Now, even though the gems are very powerful, they do have at least 3 forms of permanent damage, which is cracking, shattering, and corruption. Now, corruption here is the only real con that humans should worry about, because when a gem is corrupted, they're not damaged physically, but they are damaged mentally. Basically, the corruption prevents them from thinking or understanding anything. They'll lose their humanoid form, rational thought, and memories, and they will transform into a mindless, animalistic monster, also known as a gem monster. And they turn in this form because gems must actively create their physical form. If they can't think, they can't keep that form in check. And if they can't keep that form in check, then yeah, an insane gem is a scary gem. Still would. What? Don't judge me. Insane women are freaks. Boy! Alright, Knight's social battery has died, so it is my turn. And now it is time to talk about the waifus. Keep it PG-13 voice. Okay, mom. Bitch. I heard that. Good. Now, the first one we have to talk about is Pearl. The one who weirdly built like a stick with a long nose. Now, I know at first she didn't shapeshift a lot for personal reasons. But if you can shapeshift and you choose to look like this, at least make your nose smaller and get a better hairstyle and get some hips. Like Amethyst and Garnet. Look at their hips. They know how to move them things too. I see you, Amethyst. Now, technically Pearl is sexless, but of course she is very feminine and proper. She's also around 8,000 years old, making her a super gilf. She's also a perfectionist, and she's very organized, plus she has a thing for symmetry. The show also makes her seem extremely lesbian coded. And I mean, it doesn't say this because it's a cartoon, but it's pretty obvious that she had a thing for Rose Quartz, or aka Steven's mom, and she was obviously jealous of Greg because of this. Now, I count this as a con because her obsession with Rose Quartz kind of shapes a lot of bad things she does in the show, like not telling the other crystal gems that Rose Quartz was actually Pink Diamond. Now, she knew for a long time that Rose Quartz was Pink Diamond because she was Pink Diamond's second pearl and one of Rose Quartz's closest followers and her sole confidant. Now, part of the reason she didn't tell Steven and others the truth was because Pink Diamond did command her not to. So she doesn't take all the blame for that, since she was Pink Diamond's pearl, and pearls in their matriarchal society are more or less slaves. Now, slaves isn't the word that's used in the story. Instead, in the story, it says that pearls, like the main pearl, are all made to order servants and are created to hold stuff for their masters. They aren't made to fight, but they are made to follow orders. And the only reason Pearl knows how to fight is because she trained with Rose to fight in the rebellion. So, more or less, she's Rose Quartz's. Also, she has standard gem powers, and she's very good at sword fighting, which I'll count as a pro because I love swords, and it adds to her overall appeal as a character. And I also like the fact that she's very motherly towards Steven.
Hey, where's Steven?
Looking for me? Pizza Steven universe?
That's not my baby.
That was cute. Moving on. Now, Amethyst is sexless and also around 5,000 years old, making her obviously the youngest of these three. And she's the complete opposite of Pearl in terms of personality, which I count as a pro. She's just more fun. She's also thicker and a short queen. And I know some of y'all love some petite woman, so that's a pro. But her overall design makes her look like a black woman fused with a grape. Now, her design does get better over the course of the series, but at first I did think that she looked kind of weird. Another con is, out of all the gems in the story, she shapeshifts the most. And this isn't always a bad thing, but it can get kind of weird, especially when the shapeshifter takes it too far. Yeah, Amethyst would definitely take it too far. Now, another con for Amethyst is that she's somewhat of a hoarder, Now imagine someone who's 5,000 years old and hoards stuff, which means usually she refuses to throw things away. Now imagine how disgusting that person's home will look. Yeah, not the best personality to have for someone so old. Now a pro for Amethyst is, she fights with a whip, which means she's either a freak or she approves of slavery. Two things can be true at once. Moving on, Garnet and her thighs are a pro. They had to make at least one of the characters in this show thick, at least in one area of her body, and I appreciate that. However, Garnet has a huge con that has to do with a gem's ability to fuse. Now let me explain. Fusion in this series is not like it is in Dragon Ball Z. In Dragon Ball, it's a battle tactic. In Steven Universe, it feels like an allegory for... Now, it's not that exactly, but if you watch the show, you know what I mean. Fusion is the product of multiple gems, or half gems, and gems can fuse with both half gems and humans, and a fusion can only be formed when all participants are emotionally harmonious with each other. Now, this harmonious state can be spontaneous, but it can also be achieved deliberately through synchronized dance. And this is not like the goofy Dragon Ball Z dance. Oh no, they're breaking it down.
Connection established.
Yeah, from what I've read and from what I've seen in the show, the dancing part is optional. The important part is to be emotionally harmonious, and I guess dancing helps form that harmony. Either that, or they just really like to dance. Two things can't be true at once. Anyways, when gems fuse, their bodies and their minds become one, and a fusion creates an entirely different entity, as opposed to two minds sharing a single body. So more or less when they fuse, they're a whole different person. Now even though fusion creates a new gem, that does not mean that gem does not already exist. Or more or less, that may mean that there are other gems like Amethyst, Garnet, and Pearl that can fuse and make the same type of fusion, or in the correct term, make the same type of gem. Now a fusion of multiple types of gems is referred to as a gem type, other than those of the components. And existing non-fusion type gems will look different to that of fused gems. Now here is Garnet's first and biggest con for me. Since in this universe, fusion creates a new entity completely, Garnet is her own individual person, but when the two sides of Garnet are conflicted with each other, they can separate, revealing that Garnet is a permanent fusion. And she's a permanent fusion made by Ruby and Sapphire, two short, basically lesbian lovers. And I mean, I guess they're sexless, so they're not lesbians, but I don't know, what would we call this? Two rocks that rock the boat? Jewels that have no family jewels banging? I don't know. Anyway, this is Garnet's biggest con because Garnet herself is freaking awesome. She's amazing, she's powerful, and she's thick. But in the episode when she turned into these two, I watched it and it just felt wrong for me. I didn't like it. The best way for me to explain it is, it's like taking a character like Urza Scarlet from Fairy Tail and splitting her in two and making the other two shorter, well, not as attractive, and argumentative. I don't want a split, less powerful, less attractive version of Urza Scarlet. I want Urza Scarlet. Plus, Sapphire has one eye, and almost every Ruby in this show looks like a dyke. And the first impression you get from Ruby is that she's, well, very emotional and most of the time angry. And to make it worse, these two eventually in the story get married and fuse back into Garnet for some reason. Now, I don't know why this had to happen. It's not like gems have a concept of marriage usually. But this obviously is one of those little political messaging things that Rebecca Sugar likely decided to put in the show to show the children for likely political reasons. And I mean, I did hear and read that Rebecca Sugar actively and intentionally included LGBTQ plus themes in this show on purpose, which is just cringe for a kid's show. As a kid or a teenager, you don't care about LGBTQ, religion, or politics. You care about badassery, awesomeness, and explosions. Now, I digress. They did eventually fuse back together into Garnet, permanently, in the series. So they're not really what I would call a current con for Garnet anymore. But, and I forgot to mention, because these two basically love each other, this makes Garnet basically only really romantically love herself. So even if you're a cool mailman like Jamie here, she will still turn you down, which is insane because the mailman always gets the girl. Always! At least the ones I've seen. Now anyways, a pro for Garnet is that she has a British accent.
So you two can't get along unless you think I'm going to kill you.
Well, I don't know about these two, Garnet, but if you're gonna kill us, give me death! Bust this dude!
Yes, rock and roll!
Now another con is that she does have 3 eyes, which can be rather unnerving. But the third eye has a purpose because she has future vision, which I would say is a pretty useful power for her and anyone around her. Now from what I looked up, Garnet was first fused 5,750 years ago, making her the second oldest of the main squad of the Crystal Gems, and somewhat of a gilf. And another pro is that she can temporarily pass on her future vision ability to others through lip contact. But she's only done this once with Steven, and it was lip to forehead contact. Tragic. I knew there was a reason I hate that fat bastard. Anyways, another con for Garnet is she tends to act in extremes, and this means either she's maintaining her very reserved nature or lashing out with strong emotion. And this flaw comes from, again, Sapphire and Ruby. And also another con is these 2 gems can talk to each other while they're fused as Garnet, which seems like a plot hole because if the gem is supposed to be its own entity and not 2 different minds, why can they talk? Is that a plot hole? That feels like a plot hole. Anyways, another con is she is very blunt and lacks empathetic foresight for others. Now I know this mostly when she rejected the mailman Jamie. He saw them thick thighs that saved lives and took a shot, and she basically grabbed the ball and popped it.
Wilt thou not scorch me, my darling son?
I am not, nor will I ever be interested. Go away.
Damn, Jamie! Damn! In the cold rain too? That's cold. That ain't even real. That hurt me. These gems out here ruthless. Oh, and he teared up and ran away like a bitch too. That's just tragic. Tragic! You know it's hard out here in dating when a rock turns you down. So anyways, last thing for Garnet. Another pro for her is she has the power of electrokinesis. This means she can generate electricity and even use it to start a car, which I would say is very useful. Now, moving on. The next and last one we have to talk about is Blue Diamond. Hey, I know there are others. Just calm down. This one's my favorite. She's on the thumbnail, and she's literally the hottest one, in my opinion at least. I know some of y'all like Lapis Lazuli, or the other short, smart-ass queen, Peridot, or Muscle Mommy Jasper, but this one's mine, and I gotta get my goon out first. So we'll talk about the others in the second part.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Anyway, a pro for Blue Diamond is that she big, and I mean she huge. Now, I looked up some images of her, and it does seem her size does change depending on the scene she's in. Her being a diamond makes her more powerful than the average gem, so she can shapeshift, so she should be able to change her size at will. At the very least, naturally, she's big enough to pick up the average man, or in this case, the average overweight man, with one hand, easily. Which means, viewer, she can give you the uppies. Alright! And another pro for her is, she's extremely diplomatic, and has a greater respect for due process, and an interest in the truth, and more merciful and compassionate than the other 2 diamonds. But I wouldn't say by much. The diamonds, and yes I do mean Pink Diamond too, are the cause of most of the problems in the story. And this includes her too, because since she's part of the Great Diamond Authority, her role as a diamond is one of diplomacy, meaning she enforces White Diamond's rules of the homeworld. And as Knights already showed you, White Diamond is evil. Now whether Blue Diamond is evil can be left up to debate. Now at first in the story, she's definitely not good, but in my opinion, she seems to be more like Ani-Man when it comes to her thoughts and actions. Remember, diamonds are born with integrated programming, and individuality in their world is really looked down upon. So in her defense, she was born knowing only one way to do things, and has been taught that doing that one thing is the right way to go about things. So why would she change? Because you ask her to? No, in her eyes, you're an animal, a monkey, nothing. The woman put Greg in the zoo full of other humans, which she also kidnapped. So I guess you can say humans in her eyes are more like a pet. Now before you start barking in the comments, this is not her only con, because in her past, she's also the one, along with Yellow Diamond, who sent Pink Diamond to Earth to colonize it, or more or less destroy it. And at one point during the rebellion, along with the other diamonds, she, along with Yellow and White, unleashed an attack called the Corrupting Light, which was intended to obliterate all gems on Earth. Or more or less, they were trying to commit. But instead, the attack resulted in the corruption of almost every gem on the planet, which is arguably worse. Now, however, despite this, currently in the story, White, Blue, and Yellow have changed their ways. Now, another 2 cons for her are her powers. Besides the normal powers of a gem, she also has the power to make people forcibly sad and happy. I just don't like the idea of anyone controlling me, especially Night. So, con! But now, another pro for her is her age. She is 20,000 plus years old. Meaning, like everybody else on this list, she goes on a sexy grandma board, along with everybody else. But I must also add that the con for her is that she's supposed to be sexless, which at this point just seems stupid. But it is the creator's choice, so I won't argue. But I will instead let out my anger by dropkicking the first person I see with my stubby legs. Now, tell me what you think in the comments. This one may be a little bit of a harder choice for some of you, but for me, the answer is clear. If you don't like that ice, get out of the States. Cause I'm jumping down that big rocky cave like Dora the Explorer. I'm going on an adventure and no one can stop me!
Motherfucker's hilarious. Oh, this motherfucker hilarious, man. Shout out to you, Unhinged Knight. For that whole universe right there, what you're talking about. Yeah. Like, no. Like, that shit's crazy now. Like, Like, you gotta be a horny son of a bitch. Like, the horniest motherfucker in the universe to do some shit like that. To screw something that was once a rock or something of matter. Yeah. A whole just mass of just, yeah. Like, yeah, no, that's crazy as hell. Duh. Shit, that's crazy as hell, man. But shout out to him, man, for exposing me to this to that universe. For right there, I'm like, yeah, in order to follow that, yeah, you will have to in order to follow what to keep up with that, man. Yeah, this is one of those that's one of those little animated shows that you'll have to watch like from the beginning to end. So yeah, in order to get what he's talking about with when it comes to the characters he was describing and the situations and that whole universe. So yeah, but hey, I'm glad you like it. Uh, Thank you for watching it for me. So yeah, man, let's get into it, man. Oh shit, y'all, yeah, we got to get into it. So the first one I want to knock off and cover real quick because yeah, we got to get into our anime night. All right, so I want to thank you guys for sticking out with me this far. Um, yeah, so one I want to come up with that I want to talk about now, the first one is this motherfucker here. This awesome piece of art right here, man. There's a show that you can see there's a show you can see the image. That's weird. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I see it now. I see that you guys are seeing it now, basically. Okay. Yeah, man, we gotta talk about this here, man. So yeah, they did good with their adaptation, and no complaints with the animation. Um, like all the parties, got their necessary screen time in accordance to the manga. But yeah, Retsukayo, yeah, he's gone. Rest in peace to him. But they're gonna bring him back. I believe they may have us wait, for a decent while for for the next Baki arc. And it seems like after this is they may either do the God of Sumo or Retsukayo's uh, Retsukayo's arc. His I want to say Retsukayo. Um, I think it's like a isekai, if I'm correct. Yeah, where it's like he's in another world right now. Like basically, he's gone. Like he vanished. Like body, not just soul. but body as well, but all that's but in this other world, boom, he has all of his limbs are intact. So maybe they created this out of respect. Maybe the creators decided to come with Retsukayo's well, another world arc, just out of respect for him. Basically probably believing that he didn't get his just due, or that he didn't get as much shine as he should. So this is their way of giving him that shine. So yeah, so those are the next two that should be coming up after this. But man, no, y'all stop it. Stop it. I know this is a whole respect, this is them. This is Japan showing that this is the creators, who are Japanese, showing respect to their ancestors by showing respect to one of their ancestors who is known to be like, a great sword saint, Musashi Miyamoto. But come on, man. Like instead of his martial art gi, like y'all should have gave him an outfit or a shirt with with One Punch Man on it. Even though he had opponents though whom he didn't defeat in one punch or over one slice. But still, it's it's basically like on that level. They had to give him like the One Punch Man syndrome in order for him to surpass all those other fighters, man. All those other powerful, crazy fighters. They had to do that to show that he's at the same level, if not a little uh, above the ogres, above the little and the big ogre, and also above this dude right here. And I'm definitely after this, I was like, oh my god, like yeah, I has to talk about this shit. Stop it. We must talk about it. As soon as the damn thing's out, yeah. So when I want them to, they okay. Damn pictures acting like they'll pop up. Strong connection, all that shit still take a second. Boom, there you go. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked up. Even though it wasn't one strike, but he landed multiple strikes, which can't put him on the levels because they're both like it's both unrealistic in their own rights. All right, Musashi and Saitama, you know, but even though Saitama has a step above well, the league above Musashi and this iteration of him, but they still put him in there in the Baki universe as that created a scenario where he comes back to life by way of Tokugawa, the old man. By them taking DNA from his bones and then using. Um, there was missing some components to it or Akamon, basically, as the witch mentioned, Tokugawa, his sister. It was basically his soul, and she was the main source for that. And so therefore she brought forth, called forth his soul and then brought it to herself and was on some straight witchy shit and then transferred him over into his body, into his newly formed body. Even though that soul right there is his old soul from the moment of when he died. So therefore, you know what I mean? So they knew they had to bring forth the Musashi, the prime Musashi, basically is what I'm saying. But even though, yes, still, no. Like, he should not be able to be a great danger to certain cats, man. Like, especially Pickle and the ogre. And don't be like, oh man, see the ogre, man, the Yujiro Hama, he ain't the strongest no more, man. You know what I mean? Okay, Baki, boom, he gave the mantle over to Baki. Okay, of course, but you can't say like he's third or some shit. No, they nerfed him. They nerfed the characters. You know what I mean? In order to for in order for Musashi to be for his character to be inserted in there like that, to come forth as that powerful, like they had to. They had to nerf him because I'm gonna break it down a little bit real quick. Damn it! You telling me that the force of his strike is as powerful, the force of his strike with his sword, with his body and soul? Because what they were showing you was his warrior spirit, was Musashi's warrior spirit. Not just not just his body or his sword, but his whole warrior spirit. The strike of how deep he's shown of him being able to cut. Shouldn't it doesn't match. It doesn't compare to the level of the force that Yujiro Hanma can withstand and have overcame. A force that can dominate, hell, toss an elephant. Not just a regular size elephant, like one of the or the great or one of the biggest elephants out there. I think it was in Africa, and he tossed that motherfucker, man. You hear me? He tossed that son of a bitch. To be able to withstand that force and to overcame it with greater force, my dude. No, it's the power scaling. Yes, I know. Yes, and that's what it is. Yeah, power scaling. The power scale is off. It's way off. I'm like, come on, man. I'm like, I know he's like historical figure and all that, but like, he was a great challenge. The ogre was a great challenge for him, but y'all should have made him like it's a little bit more powerful, like the or his the aura, the force of his aura, like should be even stronger. I'm like, come on, man. And back to pickle, yeah, nah, man, y'all wasn't right for that one. And then me hearing and just seeing now videos made that basically talked on, of what I already had surmised at the beginning when I first seen him. I'm like, okay, he must be like the first Hanma because he took a stance in the same as usual, but they have yet to show their grandpa Hanma. They failed to show him. He has uh, the same devil face shaped back. As the rest of them. Which is their trademark, their signature, as we know. But he didn't. He didn't show his stance. Like he didn't cause the demon on his back to smile. Basically, we haven't seen that yet with the grandpa, but we have seen that with Pickle. So it it kind of aligns. You know what I mean? So it kind of aligns. So therefore, I'm like, well, if that's the case, then y'all should have made him, seem more stronger than y'all did. Y'all should have made him more of a challenge for Musashi. I'm like, come on, man. Like a force that is able to withstand and overcame a damn T Rex. A motherfucker that overcame a T Rex. Who have researched and studied and yeah, scientists even to come with the level of force that a T Rex would generally bring, which is the force that is known to shake the earth, to shake the ground at a great radius. You've seen that before multiple times um, in a lot of these like Jurassic Park type movies. So with him overcoming that force, you can't tell me that Musashi is generating enough power, even with his sword. even with the highest prowess, even with him showing he's displaying the highest prowess of a swordsman, of a samurai, basically the highest form of a true warrior spirit. He cannot. He should not been able to overcome Pickle like that. He may have been able to cut deep, to cut through layers like what? A stack of bodies, as he did back in his prime days. Musashi. But a man such as Pickle, a feral man such as Pickle, who has the scars that's proven to show how deep, the deepest of scars that he received, which is from the T Rex and the Triceratops and the pterodactyls. You can't tell me the force of them can't cut through like a stack of 10 bodies. Like, come on. They're generating enough cuts and pressure, damn it, to cut and smash layers. Like, you might as well stack it up to like 10 times higher than the ability than what a Musashi is able to cut. They'll cut right through that shit. You just imagine, just you know, what I mean, just come on, man. Like, nah, just I didn't like that. But and them taking out Retsu Kaiju, yep. And as if you read the manga, yep, you'll see that coming. And they did it, beautifully. So, but yeah, it was well done. It was well done, and so, and I think it's like Katsuo Katsumi. They got to show him getting Retsu's arm, inheriting Retsu's arm. Because remember, his arm was cut off. Or was, yeah, bitten off. Because I think he fought Jack Hanma. Yeah, but I'm talking about Orochi's son. So, yeah, Orochi's son, Orochi Doppo's son, he receives Retsu Kaio's arm. And so, yeah, I kind of figured, they wasn't going to jam everything in the 13 episodes. So yeah, so expect for it to be a while before we get to the God of Sumo arc and Retsu Kaio and another world arc. Yeah, so I wonder if or when, I got to look it up and see when they're going to come with uh, the rest of the episodes. Like the other half, basically. And the voices, to play all the characters, all the English cast for these characters was decent. It was well fitting, for the characters, for how they look and shit. So, and yeah, and with that, as I think, yeah, I don't think they show him fighting Hanayama yet. Yeah, so now they're gonna get to it on the next half. So the next set episodes we get, probably the next 13 or how many? Yeah, that may be it. Depends. It's up to them. But yeah, but other than that, that was really all my complaints. Really, I mean, shit, this is my shit, and it was awesome. So yeah, shout out to the Hanma team, to the Hanma Force. So so thank you, thank you, thank you. This is great. So can't wait for the next episodes to come. So like I said, I'll be looking it up to see when they come back out. But all right, yeah, let's get to our next one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. 2 episodes out. I think the third one is due sometime soon. Yeah. So first episode of the boys here we have where we have them all basically locked up in camp because they was they created a little prison camp for a little small prison camps for starlighters or just those who are riding against Vought and them. So yeah, and and so in this scheme of them working on breaking them out and shit, Starlight, her crazy ass, and uh and Huey, oh my god, like just ultimate whiny and bitch made. Uh I'm like, he's there. His character's there. Is accepted. I mean, hey, he's one of the main characters. So, what I mean? Hey, but still, I don't care for some of his whining and shit. And so they devised a way of how to set them free from the camp. Starlight and Huey. Was it Kimiko and damn, what's his name? I don't say uh, Francis. Yeah, Francis Frankie, right there. The one who's who likes both sides, men and women. That motherfucker. So yeah, they found a way how to get Huey, MM, and the gang out of there. So because yeah, they was in bad shape, man. And MM he lost a lot of mass, man. That motherfucker lost weight. Yeah, I guess that motherfucker had to lose weight, damn it, for that role. I mean, for this season, because in the camp, one of their little secret spots is they dug a hole underneath, right up underneath the damn, right in the bathroom, like in the underneath one of the stalls. That's their little secret secret entrance, because they was cooking up some Molotovs and all that, so they was planning on trying to break out, but Hugh and them figured out knew that the Homelander was going to use them as bait, to come rescue them. So that'll be his way of taking the whole gang out right there. But it didn't come to fruition. And you had that one bitch too, who who in Gen V, who was from Gen V. I can't tell if that was a boy or a girl. Looked like might be a damn girl. Yeah, it was on that top of that watchtower, and anyone who tries to like escapes or whatever acts crazy. This crazy bitch would use her teleconnect her powers to basically to turn their ass into mincemeat, crush the shit out of them. I'm like, damn. So the devised a way of plan to get him out. Yeah, they had some hell too, because some motherfuckers in that camp was just getting killed and shit. Because there was also they all wasn't soups in that camp. They was just what they were deemed as Starlight supporters, anti-vault supporters, basically. Some of them got KO'd, taken out. Especially that one chick. She was dumb as hell. I think yes, she was with Huey. You know, who was a little pissed at Starlight for not getting her out too, but she was panicky and shit. You see her, she like, oh my god. I'm like, girl, sit your ass down, shut up. And sure enough, motherfucker came and took her out. I'm like, oh man. So yeah, they got out and everything, but going into episode 2 now, gang is got a butcher there, and butcher he doesn't seem like he's alien at all. None of that, you know what I mean, from the V being in him, because he has this whole this tentacles, in his chest. That power he used, but I'm like, okay, that's y'all focus on that like a little too much. I'm like, okay, with this new power of his, show like how I don't know endurable he is. Show like how how he has like close, if not the same power still as Homelander as y'all did in the previous season, where he's able to lift cars not just with the damn tentacles. Like bring back his eye beams. Hell, it's like I want to focus on just continuously showing the gross shit like they've been doing, which is one of their signatures. The dudes who created this shit. I'm like, damn. And MM getting his revenge on dude who ended up becoming a fucking guard for that camp. But MM managed to kill his ass. He managed to take him out. The dude with the with the long dick. He managed to take his ass out. But I'm like, oh man, it's fucked up, dude. I'm like, why they do my boy Aaron like that, man? But I mean, but I'm like, hey, but I'm all for it too because of getting your lick back, damn it, from how they have them to do you, in that party that damn, I forgot that party, that orgy. Shit, man, that motherfucker, but him, man, he smacked him them with his dick too. I'm like, oh hell no. I'm like, oh man, you have to beat this motherfucker's ass, man. You gotta beat his ass. Yeah, sure enough, he did and choked him out with his own shit. I'm like, I'm like, oh shit, bro. I hope he don't piss on my boy. Oh man. Oh shit. I'm like, boy, after that fight, my nigga, I know he had to take a 2 to 3 hour shower, nigga. I'm like, man, hell no. What the fuck? Hell, put a bunch of chemicals with your shit, nigga. What the fuck, nigga? Dawn soap, all that shit after that fight. That was the oddest fight I ever seen. Him in that long dick bastard. Pause. Major pause. Oh shit, everybody take his ass out. But yeah, but in the second episode, where you have what a lot of people was talking about, where basically Homelander, he couldn't take the hate he was getting for when Starlight, her team managed to sabotage their little event, and caused caused them to broadcast uh, the video that he hoped that was destroyed and that they got rid of, showing where he killed all those people on that plane when he got pissed. Basically, destroying him first by destroying his image. But that really, it really got to him and pissed him off. Uh, so, but but he got so pissed off that he decided to wake up Soldier Boy. So now we see Soldier Boy. And when he woke up, man, that was some damn beyond diabolical shit. Where that motherfucker was like, because he looked at himself when he woke up, damn it. Seeing him, he was he was wearing some nut huggers. uh, you see that he recognized he was wearing some nut huggers and a gay shirt, and a gay looking shirt, a girlish looking shirt. He's like, he's like, he's like, did you fuck me? Oh, no, it was like, no, what the hell? Oh, shit, that was hilarious. Oh man, I'm like, why was he doing his mouth like that? Like, son of a bitch. And so with this, yeah, they're getting to where they're showing, hey, they're um, working on the virus, to take out so they can take out Homelander and the other soups and the other evil soups. Oh man, but Homelander managed to get there to the location where they all Huey and them managed to find out what's his name, Rocksteady or whatever, who was a big blob of rock. And that whole thing was hilarious when he shot that damn that the little acid lava ooze or whatever the hell. He's like, I almost got you fuckers. I'm like, come on, man. Oh God. That was oh man, that was uncalled for, but that was oh shit, that was kind of funny. But once they figured out their location, Soldier Boy and them, because he made a deal with Homelander to catch them so he could be a part of the seven and be number two, or to work with Homelander. So so he went there and found them, their location and all that, but Soldier Boy ended up getting jacked up because in the midst of their scuffle, Huey he he released the virus, and so As you see, man, they started taking their ass out, man, killing them from the inside. Oh shit! I was like, damn. I'm like, there you go, Soldier Boy. I'm like, shit, this motherfucker can't be just taken out, man. I'm like, something's up with this. I'm like, this motherfucker just woke up. This motherfucker just woke up like 10 minutes ago. Damn near literally 10 minutes of playtime. This motherfucker just woke up. Shit. But yeah, it killed the rest of the those who had compound V in their system. So yeah. So all of them was taken out. The rock dude was taken out. Yep, and so they had to get away. But apparently, as we found out, the virus doesn't affect humans. It's not lethal to humans. So I'm like, damn. So we see Soldier Boy, he take it. I'm like, damn it, man. Then when Homelander finally gets there, he's got pissed crying and shit. Oh my God, fuck your tears. Evil, crazy ass, psychotic bastard. And as he walked away, we see fucking Soldier Boy. He wakes up, damn it. Hey, he wakes up, lifts himself up, damn it, while still in a body bag. Showing that he didn't get killed. Now, my question is the virus like okay, lethal to him when it comes to just as far as like just okay, incapacitate them for for a decent while? Or did the virus, you know, kept them alive but killed all that compound V and all that shit that's in them? Basically stripping him away basically stripping his powers away. Because of his particular, you know, because of his particular power set, like because of his particular abilities. Like, it's just that's what I'm wondering. Like, did it like strip him of his powers, or he just woke up immune? Just was like, oh, this is just something that just knocked him out just for, for about 10, 15 minutes or some shit. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what's to come of it, but I believe the next episode should come out real soon. Um, real soon. And oh man, see, there's some other shit, man. Yeah, let's get on that shit too, man. Oh man, the whole uh, their way, the creators and them of the boys. I don't know who the fuck one of the directors. I don't know who came up with it, or I know they okayed it, but I don't know who came up with the idea though to insert the whole uh, let's make fun of the guys in the manosphere, in the black manosphere, these guys who uh who are against the matriarchal program. Let's make fun of them for doing that. So they threw that in there where they showed the Deep having his little his like little so-called man bro podcast, his man advocacy podcast. You see these little posters and shit in the back, in the background. Like, yeah, well, they're basically like putting it in our face. They're saying like, yeah, they don't they don't like us, and they're just trying to make fun of it and shit. But it's not even funny. at all. Well, you would think they would be able to, come forth with something like funny, man, but it really wasn't. I'm like, damn, when we gonna find the bold male creators, the bold male directors and creators, damn it, bold and black male creators who are willing to come forth like Ryan Coogler and create some shit where we can insert some shit in there where we're making fun of, as it should, rightfully so, make fun of all you bitches and bitchettes. Yeah, because that's all you motherfuckers is who kiss the ass of women so much so it's at the detriment of your own fellow man, your own brother. All you are bitches. Yeah. Create some shit to make fun of their asses. How about that? In this whole feminist movement bullshit. And show how ridiculously y'all ass look. As it rightfully should be shown as. Is to be ridiculous and stupid. And yeah, they did their own little Drewski thing, as you will, with the whole prosperity hype gospel preacher, them um, making fun of the black church and Christianity. I'm like, it's like totally like unnecessary, but I'm like, okay, what the hell did he do to Homelander while Homelander was sitting there and he was giving these shouts and emitting this kind of like, I don't know, this force from his I don't know, from his abilities or whatever, which they didn't go into any detail of at all. But his powers had an effect on Homelander. I don't know what it's gonna, what it calls Homelander, like how, in terms of like how he's gonna be reacting from here on out. I don't know, or what kind of effect that his power had on Homelander. I don't know what's gonna come of it, but yeah. It's funny how they brought back the dude who uh damn it, man, I forgot his fucking name. The French dude. Well, Frenchie. Yeah, Frenchie. They brought back his little gay lover, who was like supposed to be like a doctor, scientist, and who basically help refine the virus for them, so they can use that to take out this the Homelander and the other evil soups. And told them that basically, it's like really deadly, but they didn't know that it wasn't deadly to humans. That would be very deadly for anyone with abilities. So afterwards, they contained it and everything, and he told him to told him to stay away because he may end up getting affected. So yeah, they quarantined that house. I'm like, boy, if his ass would have like just walked in there, like that'd be it. Like that probably be the end of Homelander. But now people are saying, okay, due to the fact that okay, that it didn't, uh, due they shared like the same blood, him and Homelander, that it may not affect Homelander. That it may be something that just takes him out, like it did Soldier Boy. That may just take him out for like 10 or 15 minutes. I don't know. So, I'm waiting on the next episode for that one. So, yeah. But let's get into our next one real quick. Oh, boy, I didn't mean for this to go this long. Yeah. Let's get to the next one. Oh, yeah, boy. I want to talk about, yeah. Yeah, but see, there's your boy, Soldier Boy, Homelander. Both evil motherfuckers, yeah. But I think he was working on a show. He was in a show, Jensen Ackles. He was in a show, man, recently. I forgot the damn name of that show. I know I had it marked down, saved, because like his character, from his infamous character, which we all know to be is Dean from Supernatural. So yeah, but man, the next one we got to talk about, is this here. Yeah, man. Oh, let's get it. I hope you guys are hip to this show here. I can't see that you guys are seeing it right now. What the hell's going on? Oh yeah. Did it pop up yet? Nope. Okay. I want to make sure. I want to make sure that it pops up. Oh, that's a weird one. It's not popping up for me. Cause I don't know if you guys can see it right now or not. Weird. Okay, let me go in and come back out. Yes. Okay. Let's see that. Hell's Paradise. Hopefully you guys seen this anime, man, because it's decent. It's awesome. Basically starting out with this dude, the protagonist, who's this ninja, Gabi Maru, who basically was brought up and raised up to be a ninja by the leader of this ninja group, the Iwagakure. I think it's the Iwagakure clan. Uh, and but he deserted, left the village. So he's and the chief is trying to retrieve him back, but now he's captured now. So and branded as a criminal for his crimes that he committed, which is they're trying to charge him with taking lives and all that stuff. And so they have all these other criminals there too, as well, who've been criminalized for committing crimes, all kind of different crimes. And so now, okay, the shogunate order, because there was the rumor of this elixir of life, basically, to that it was led to believe that grants eternal life that's on this mythical island or whatever, that they have to catch a boat out to, because this this island, when they first ventured out to it, it basically was looked at all like lively and beautiful, whatever, but it's actually yeah, it's pun intended, yeah, it was literally hell, because the plant life there and all that stuff is just so toxic, and it is meant to use humans as its life force to form and generate this power, that in which the Tengen, as they're called, these who are also created by the plant life there, which is known as what they're calling this energy is Tao. They're created from this energy, and so therefore, in order for them to, which is supposed to be their main function, which is to sustain themselves throughout the rest of their days, in order to prolong their life, they have to basically reel in as much humans as they can onto their island, so they can, capture them and then consume them by these plants, these toxic, poisonous plants, which cause your body to turn into that plant, to becoming that a part of that a part of that land, basically, so they can therefore use your life force to put it into their into their power force, basically, so they can grow and live long. So basically, yeah, y'all got it. And these criminals are charged with going over there to retrieve this elixir of life, so they can have the chance of, to be able to get a second chance, quote unquote. So, which they knew it was going to be a highly dangerous adventure, because everybody that they sent out before who wasn't a criminal who came back, they basically came back in a boat full of the flowers, these beautiful looking toxic flowers. Their corpse had became like a part of the island. So, and they were sent back out to them by the Tengen there. So, but these criminals, they're not going there by themselves. No, they're going under the guard, in charge of under the guidance, in charge of the I Simon, this elite like guard squad group, who also who also masters, who are not masters but practices the art of the sword, to the degree where they are inspectors and sword inspectors, and they so they know all full knowledge of the sword, just total sword experts, again, who happen to be also like elite guards, under the who serves the shogunate. They're out there with them, and some of them motherfuckers end up getting killed. So, and I'm like, wow. But and it was kind of crazy. But Gabimaru, he persevered through it. So now, to the point to where after they figured it all out and then faced some of these Tengen cats. And some of them, they have, they're like, it's like, damn it. It's like I'm watching my days of playing, and playing video games. It's just me playing a video game. That's how I'm watching it. Because when they fight these motherfuckers, they're coming forth with a second life. The second and third phases, to their health bar and shit. Yeah, so that's what they did. Like when they transform into this one form, I forgot they called it, the Kishiki form or whatever the hell. Um, so which makes them, to be, more deadly, obviously, whatever. But they managed to get taken out by a Goblin Martin, one of the strongest. This ninja, this dude who's a ninja who basically went through rigorous training, has a bunch of scars on his body, and he also performs ninjutsu. And they work in terms of elements within this anime too. So within the elements of fire, earth, wind, and water. And his element that he belonged to is fire. And so they got to go into. So they devised a plan between themselves instead of like killing each other and foolishly killing each other as they first thought to do. But now they decided to team up with each other. And to take these guys out because they're fucking that powerful and crazy. And there's shit on that island, other crazy looking bugs and insects, that would cause you to, those who don't have as they say, a strong key, which is the Tao, Tao. They will quickly end up turning into becoming their the energy and the life force of that whole island. Because we see how quickly it was about to turn. Damn it! I want to Ginsu got. Oh man, that one dude with the one eye, that one swordsman, that one that one prisoner who ended up with one eye, but after uh, after he blinded himself, temporarily blinded himself by taking out his one eye and allowing blood to get in the other, so he can basically be able to see through the energy of that Tao to be able to defeat that one Tengen. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that motherfucker. Yeah, they're no joke, but with him, at first he had to cut his hand off in the beginning because his hand got soon seconds after. Damn it, he this bug that looked like what innocent little insect like a dragonfly or some shit landed on his hand. Moments later, it started like sprouting off with those damn branches, turned him into that energy source, and he hurried up and cut his hand off. I'm like, damn. That's effed up, man. But so I'm like, eye gone, now hand. I'm like, damn, bro. I'm like, but in the end, the dude who's the leader of this Tengen group, who rely on the source of energy in order for them to sustain themselves in their life. So yeah, he's devising a plan or whatever to gather up as much this energy source as he must, so he can go over to the land where they came from, to the city and town they came from, to go there and start affecting people there, so they can start the spread of the virus or whatever you will call it. That They'll say that. I want to say Ting and Tong. I think they call it Tong. Yeah, so to cause everyone to be infected by that poison. So yeah, it turns them into that life source. They're about to spread all that shit out. So that's going to be the town where they start out. Is that as I forgot the name of that town. I was continue trying to think about it. I'm like, damn. But yeah, but it's just so much shit going on. But it's a great one, and you get to see his background, his character development is really decent. It's satisfactory. But it was hinted at him that okay, Gabimaru, he's striving now to survive on this to get this elixir to bring it back to the shogunate so he can be set free and to be able to go back to his wife, whom happens to be the daughter of the ninja chief. So yeah, so he's working on trying to get back to her, but it's hinted to him that the Gabimaru may have been tricked by the chief to believe that he has a wife. And I'm like, if his wife was real, man, that was all just an illusion, whatever, or her just being like a whole puppet formed by the chief, who looked eerie and evil as shit. Then yeah, I would say that's crazy. That's diabolical. All for the purpose of just to keep control and to contain Gabimaru because of him having like some kind of like special abilities or something within him. So yeah, that's crazy. That's beyond diabolical. But yeah, but check it out, man. It's a great show. So everybody's waiting on next season, and next season should be of them attacking and trying to stop the Tengen from spreading their virus out throughout the rest of the world. So let's get to it. All right. This one here, yes, sirs. Oh, I'm happy. And oh, yes, sirs. Oh, yeah, I know they probably just came out with the episode today. Oh, man. We're back, y'all. We are back, y'all. Ray, what you mean we're back? We're back because me and probably a bunch of others, until they announced it like some time ago, probably like a week or so ago, of when they're going to be starting to air again. So now this show is back on the ongoing list of anime out there that is airing, that's currently airing, and that is yeah. Yeah, I hope y'all can see that shit. Come on, man. I can't see that you guys can see it. See what's there is weird. I'll look back and see. Yes, sirs. Yes, sirs. We are back, baby. We're back in action. The Elbaf arc Yes, sirs. We are going to be showing it. Yes, starting at episode 1 at the beginning of this arc, son. Yes, which is carried over from the Egghead arc, which is which is the island they escaped from, which was a decent lengthy, very lengthy arc. So and yeah, enriched with some gems in it. You know what I mean? It's very fun and enjoyable. That was a very fun and enjoyable arc. So I have no complaints with that one. But yes, the long awaited arc of Elbaf, of them going to the planet, I mean to the island of the to the land of the giants. Yep, the place that man they all long for, man. Especially Usopp. Yeah. So shout out to the One Piece team, man. One Piece, yeah, it's like I think they knew they had to come back out with the shows because they took a what? Damn. I would say probably a 3 month break or some shit. Yeah, if I got to check that shit out. Yeah, it should be there. The info of that should be around on Google. But yes, in the first episode, I mean, it was cool, man. Because they show Blackbeard in there too, and we get to see this first episode where where also has been revealed, and I'm happy, and I'm also triple geeked because Admiral Garp is still alive. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As a Kuzan, yeah, to do with the freeze fruit, with the ice fruit, who had basically captured Garp. He said he believed for him to be dead at first. You know what I mean? But apparently, no, he wasn't. So yeah, they decided to keep him. You know, therefore, they're gonna plan on Blackbeard and his crew gonna plan on using him as bait. You know, and as leverage. You know, and they one of his crew members told him, hey, you know, don't be upset about losing uh fuck. Damn it, man. I can't believe I forgot his like Kobe. Just because they lost Kobe, they should look at it as, you know, hey, that that Garp, Admiral Garp will fetch a greater prize. So he laughed at that shit. So yeah, so him and his crew on that island, on that pirate island, are hyped and ready to go. Damn it, should they ready to go and get on the hunt? And so you know, he was kind of, oh, he was kind of a little frantic, I would say, Blackbeard, because he was looking at the whole big picture, seeing that, man, that everybody's now is going to be after this treasure, you know, especially all those who figure it out. Now that uh Vegapunk, Dr. Vegapunk, uh, spilled the beans of it all. So, and I'm kind of like intrigued now to diving into the damn into the manga because there's some cats already on YouTube uh, giving out the spoilers, you know, for the anime by giving out info on what's in the manga. That's going to be later on adapted into the anime. So, but I'm like, okay, well, for as long as they've been taking shit, it makes sense to go ahead and this be one of those where it's exciting and it's too exciting and of a and intriguing and too intriguing of an anime to just not dive into the manga, you know, of being filled with anticipation for the what's next because you know of them having a history of taking as long as they do with these characters and their character developments and shit like that. So it's fitting to go ahead and dive into the manga. But so, and I guess they make their videos obvious to show you, hey, that they are talking about the manga in particular. So you have that choice to dive into it to get you to spoil yourself. You know what I mean? To spoil it yourself and get to manga. But then again, as a deep fan who started off with watching it from the anime, you're going to be intrigued to want to go back to watching it when they adapted it to the anime. So yeah, so it's really not there's no loss there in that. But he's acting frantic because everybody's going to be after this treasure. So, but shout out to Dr. Vegapunk, even though with that was the one that I'm like super pissed about. I'm like, damn, was there certain things in there y'all purposely left out because y'all didn't want the audience, those of us, the fans to be spoiled, which is why y'all blurred it up purposely, um, blurred out the certain mentions that Dr. Vegapunk was talking about. Certain characters. Yeah. I was like, damn. I know y'all was like that too. Like, why did it cut off? Like, damn it, man, he was about to say something. And then it came right back on. I'm like, oh, shit. Man, what the hell was this, man? I'm like, it's some bullshit. Like, I'm pissed off because y'all had to take him so long, damn it, to. It was like that. I felt it too. I'm like, yeah, y'all had to guess that too. Y'all should know too. After so much shit y'all seen, like, you guys could have guessed it too. Like, they was going to cut it off at a point to where where to show that he's not going to give or be able to give the full truth, but he did give some truths of of the history and the government what they was doing and shit. So, and it was because of those interferences. But I think if there wasn't no interferences, and then he was able to give it all, to give the whole truth. I mean, all of the truth of the history of the world, then, man, a lot of people would probably been shaking up, man, acting crazy. All the pirate crews, through the world government and everything. So, I seen a little thumbnail spoiler on one video. The whole thumbnail was like low key spoiler. So I seen where they said like a saint something. I'm like, oh shit, I heard it up turn my head. I'm like, yep, nope, not ready for it. So yeah, I think I may start off from where I'm at in the anime on episode 2 of this arc. So we will be covering. I'll be showing that as well during anime night. So we'll be watching One Piece. Yes. So yeah, both episodes. The one that came out last week and this one that should be out or should have came out today. So, yep, and man, and I'm like, dude, they gotta bring that one dude back, man, because I want to see how effective he's gonna be. Uh, the head, the warden, the prison warden of Impa Down, where Doflamingo is held prisoner at. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see him in action. I want to see him. You know how he is once he goes full on out against other characters. See how see how effective he can be. Or, but now, I mean, the way Luffy is, I don't know. Like, I I doubt it if his powers will have any effect on Luffy at all at this point. But it would be cool to see the shock on his face once he sees that Luffy is far more powerful than he was before when he last fought him. And you know he has to receive all the news that's been going on with Luffy. So, yep. Him and yeah, and it was cool to see them too, man. It's like it's a long waited day, man, and everybody knew that's why they played the in the for the intro in the beginning of the episode, the first episode. They showed a prequel episode from the past of them proclaiming themselves as wanting to go to Elbath. You know, that's going to be one of their marks of one of their places, a long way to places to go to. The land of the giants, the giants who Usopp highly respects. You know, and yeah, this is a big thing. You know, it seems like this is a big, long-awaited thing. You know, for them and for a lot of us. You know, because we've been wanting to see them go to this to the land of the giants. And there's a lot of people too, a lot of fans uh, who didn't make it. You know, to see this day, and may their soul rest in peace with God, the Most High, and may God bless their families. So, and thank God to us, you know, for those still who are still here, to able to see it. And now, where they finally, it was just this is a big thing, a big ordeal, you know, for a lot of us, for a lot of us fans of One Piece. This is a great big deal. So yep, and but at the end of this the episode, I think it's episode 2 or 3, what we're waiting on, or the shit came out today. But at the end of the episode, they while they all was on no, not all of them, but some of them were on the Sunny, was on a Straw Hat ship, as that was telling, you know, right behind the giants, the giant cruise pirate ship that they all was on, you know, having their banquet, their big banquet, celebrating, you know, because they was planning on having their banquet in celebration, you know, of their victory and them making it, and being able to and run into the giants and being able to go to the island of the giants and all that. So yeah, so that was cool, you know, decent celebration, man. And, you know, it was fun. It just helps you feel like, you know, just that warm and cheerful feeling inside, like to where, you know, it causes you to want to, you know, raise your glass up, you know, your beer up, you know what I mean? Hey, to sip and salute. Yes, like after all these years, finally, Elbaf. Yeah, so salute. Salute to the creator. Salute to Luffy. Yeah, man, salute. Salute to the Straw Hat crew. Yeah, I had to smoke one, put one in the air for that too, man. So yeah. Oh man. But towards the end of this episode, some of them disappeared. It's like they went into another world. I'm like, huh? So yeah, I'm like, I definitely gotta check this out. And which we will tonight in Anime Night. So yeah, be there. The link should still be there in the within the chat and in the description. So, but yeah, we'll be going over to our next one, to our last review. Yes, sir. Ah, man. So yep. So the war is on, y'all. So the war is on. So, ah, man. Man, this last episode was just crazy. Yeah, so the battle is on between the coalition of planets and the Viltrumites, and as they're getting all ready to fight each other and shit. Uh, we see all their ships and everybody's getting ready, and they're also getting ready too. Um, Thetis over there in Terrestrial, uh, they're getting ready the weapon virus for the Viltrumites, in which they as you know they got from the components of like such as this insects and other creatures. So to duplicate that virus that affected them, um, what was it? All those years ago that killed billions of Viltrumites. I'm like, ooh boy, y'all motherfuckers are pissed off the wrong race. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, boy, y'all didn't conquer them boys as well as y'all thought. Shit. Well, they couldn't stand y'all motherfuckers like that, boy. So they went through that kind of work, man. It was like, they was like, yeah, man, we gotta take these motherfuckers out. So, and they found a way, boy. They took out shit billions of their asses, boy. So that's being worked on. You know what I mean? And as we see in this latest episode, it's crazy because I'm like, damn, Nolan came back. Debbie, she was pissed. So she was pissed at him, smashing her hand against his chest. But what she literally did up is basically smashed her damn knuckles on his damn skin and shit because she was basically like hitting nothing but just you might as well say she was hitting iron. And she cussed him out and all that shit. And she said, F you, get out the damn house. But yeah, that's where it was funny too to see how Alan told him. He was like, hey man, you got balls, dude. You got balls for going in there, man, and trying to talk to her and shit. And just like Unhinged Night said, hey, according to comics, she got back with Nolan. So it may be where she may end up getting back with Nolan in in the anime in the show. So who knows? Who knows what they'll do with that one? You know what I mean? But man, it was just wow. So Omni Man, we seen him. He's burying conquests and shit. And I'm like, okay, he gave him like a proper warrior battle, Vegemite warrior battle or something. I mean, warrior burial or something like that. And Oliver, he was pissed. He was like, oh man, don't give him no damn proper burial. F him. To hell with conquest. After all the shit he did. Well, yeah, I pretty much say that too. I will pretty much say the same damn thing. And let me see. I pretty much say the same damn thing. But but this time, after this fight with with Conquest. Boy, that was something else. Oh, that was a crazy ass episode, man. The last episode, where Conquest is just ripping his guts out to try to kill him, to try to stop Mark from choking him out. But I'm like, dude, like you could Mark, man, because man, that motherfucker went to like damn near a 3-month coma and shit. He was out because you see, boy, he grew a beard and shit. While he was out, so recovering, because we see Nolan, he patched him up. He patched him up, put his lungs and his intestines back inside of him, and but no, from the heel, he needed nutrition and all that shit. So they tried to find whatever they could on that planet. And yeah, and so I'm like, damn, I'm like, when this motherfucker gonna be out? I'm looking at this, like, okay, is this motherfucker gonna be out for like another episode and a half or some shit? Like, or what? Like, what y'all gonna do, man? Even though he's a whiner and annoying with his shit, but still. Like, well, what y'all gonna do with my boy? So, but yeah, man, and as you said too, as Oliver said, he never seen Mark this messed up, man. You know, and yeah, touche, because we all can say that shit. Mark is never, as us, those of us the viewers, shit, the fans of the show, shit. Nobody's ever seen Mark that messed up. That was like the most brutal we've seen of Mark yet. Of the brutality that he's faced. So yeah, and yeah, and Alan, because he well, not Alan, but Oliver and Nolan, they figured okay, they had to go out and find some nutrition and shit. So therefore, they had to tag team with each other. And at this time, Oliver's pissed with Nolan because of him overhearing what Nolan said to Mark's mom, Debbie, talking about that he didn't love his mother. So he was around pissed that was giving him hell about it. So being resentful and all that shit. So yeah, he was giving it a tough time for a minute, but over time with them spending time with each other, having that father and son bond, bonding moments. They and fishing with each other and shit, gathering up, the nutrients of that or whatever they could find, the creatures they could find, on that planet. In that time that they spent doing that dinner 3 months, which is the time frame. Oliver basically starts like, opening up to him, So first he didn't want him to talk about his mom and shit because of what he said, which you can't blame him. Can't blame him for being upset and pissed. But later on he ends up opening up to him and he just was just willing to let him tell him, hey, about his mother. Because he asked him like, hey, tell me about my mom. Tell me about my mom's, man. How was she? So because he was young as hell, basically still a baby when he got separated from Nolan, when Nolan was taken prisoner by the Viltrumites when he's in that Viltrum prison. Yep. So and Alan and it was cool to see, but what I mean. Again, just it carries a theme of where where it's showing to us, us the viewers, the fans, that your resentment, even though it may be justified, but your resentment, and your distrust and your pain and your anger that you feel inside that you may have towards one, all the though that all of it may be justified, it's still is then they're bound to eat you up in the end. Because that's its only function. I mean, that's the last function of that. That is what that is set forth to do, which is to eat you up, man, from the inside, and just and to turn you into being a horrible person. And basically, this is showing you through that example of their dynamic that it's better to just forgive and move forward. It's hard to forgive one such as that, but it'd be better to forgive and to move forward than to hold on to that. Like as if you can use your resentment and anger that you have of that for what that person did. You can hold on to it as if, you can use that to create some kind of time machine to change shit, to turn shit back. But no, it's all said and done. You can't change nothing with it. All thing you do is just recognize what it is. You're enlightened because of the turmoil situation. But you know that you don't have to continue to suffer under such person. That you can separate yourself from them. But the forgiveness, forgiving yourself and, forgiving others is all part of basically of helping you to be better by you being better as in you not sinking into darkness by way of the resentment and the hatred you built for that one that's committed, a heinous trespass towards you. It's the better way because it's the way, in short, to keep you from falling into quicksand. The forgiveness of his boys, it should. But the forgiveness of his boys, man, it should be just all a blessing right there. So, because then again, it's like, hey, he was raised that way, but still, like, he come to understand the human difference between right and wrong. So, not just the human difference between right and wrong, but just the universal difference of what's right and what's wrong, and the importance of the meaning of life. So, when people say he did all that because he was raised up to do that. Yeah, then he may have been raised up to, but but he still showed where he had that choice. Where he exercised that choice willingly. And as revealed, he basically did that like, out of with fear and reverence for what he believed in, for what he'd been raised up to believe after being, 2,000 years old. So, but yeah. And, man, it was crazy to see in this episode, Alan and Tech Jacket, how they're still in the, on, they're still on the Viltrumite spacecraft on their ship. And they, with her technology, it's basically a part of her suit. Yeah, and how she basically formed this little bubble for them to hide under. What I mean, so they won't be detected by the Viltrumites. And it was cool to see how both of them was playing the video game inside of it while they was waiting to get to uh, closer to the coalition somehow. And by listening in with her gadgets, and everything with her techno gear that she had, where she was able to use her tech to hack into the Viltrumite system to find out uh, what was going on with Thragon and was talking about. And yeah, could have found out, boom, they found out the planet where it was going to, boom, that's where the coalition is going to be, because that's where shit is kicking off. So they waited till they got close enough, but they decided, like, okay, it's our army over there, is just so many, so many leagues away. Okay, we don't got that far, So what we gotta do is just take off out there, boom, and before they catch up to us. The two Viltrumites, one of them was a black dude, bald black dude, and I forgot the other one. They gave their names, but they both went after Alan and Zoe, whose name's Tech Jacket, which I found out some time ago that with her, it was supposed to be they gender swapped. So basically they changed it, from male to Tech Jacket being a female. And I'm like, why? I mean, why? It should just leave them alone. Like, what the hell? Like, it's just, it's like all this shit y'all try to do, man. Just trying to empower women. Motherfuckers been empowered enough. Stop it. Oh shit. But yeah, but it was cool to see Alan and Zoe. They was gaming like a motherfucker, boy. They was gaming hard in her little tech orb that she formed. But yeah, but as they was getting there, man, they was getting close to the almost there to the coalition army, to their side, and but yeah, but two of the Viltrumites that was there on that ship, that was in charge of that ship, um, yeah, they caught up to him, man. Oh shit, they caught up to him because Alan had to come. He had to come back. He had to come back, and to help her out, and yeah, because she wasn't moving fast enough. So he grabbed her, went back, grabbed her, and tossed her. Boom. And I'm like, damn, that motherfucker. He tossed her ass to where so she can be able to move fast. But oh shit. And she got there quick as hell. But she came back with some help, all right. Because Alan, he ended up getting attacked and shit because he tried to, go back to her, but the Vegemite was right on him. I was like, oh, damn. Boy, they was trying to give him the Mark treatment. Like shit, like was beating his ass and shit. Then like they did first. Then before he became all jack and shit. And so, yep, and what helped saved him. Return, boom. She quickly returned the favor by returning back. When Zoe returned back, who she returned with? Motherfucking I don't say space runner. No, um, uh, the motherfucker with the ray gun. Yes, his ass. Pop that motherfucker out one time. Oh shit. Oh boy. One of the black Viltrumite, he hurried up and dipped back out, boy. He definitely had to fly back to home base without their ship. Because the other dude he was with, he got killed by the dude with ray gun, his blast, which took out their ship as well. So killed one of the Viltrumites and killed their ship. All in one hit. That son of a bitch dipped out and was like, yeah, we gotta go. We gotta get reinforcements. So yeah, so we know that damn it, his name was on my tongue. Damn it, I just watched a video of his ass before. I can't believe I forgot his fucking name. And so yeah, because he was pissed at Nolan, but it wasn't for the change that he's seen in Nolan, because Nolan did some shit as to say, so much so as to where he apologized to him for locking him up, for burying him, damn it, locking him up, basically, for 100 years and separate from his gun. But he has the ability to summon that motherfucker to him just with his thoughts. As in the same he does with his bike. Yeah, that motherfucker was like, come to me. Motherfucker came to him. I was like, oh shit, that motherfucker, he quit now. Motherfucker was like, Nolan. He's like, I changed, man. He's like, I'm sorry for what I did to you. The motherfucker's like, 100 years. Oh boy, yeah, motherfucker be pissed too. So, but he's fighting. He's on the squad. So, yep. And so yeah, and their nutrition, man, over there is crazy because like they took out one of these giant bugs and shit that looked like something from Starship Troopers. They took out this motherfucker. Nolan and Oliver tag team on it. This is all while Oliver was knocked out in his coma. And this is for them, for their nutrition. So he killed it, and Nolan kills it. Both of them killed it and sliced it up, and hey, got a good one. And they figure, well, Mark needs something else that's a little bit more, not just nutritious, but that has some kind of like protein and shit. So they figured, okay, to tag team up to get a hold of the eggs of the bug queen, of one of the bug queens. Shit. So they had to tussle with that bug queen. They did it together. So they can use that. And they used that boom, and they actually did help Mark to heal. But in this process, it wasn't, they had their little hiccups or whatever, they was a little frustrated, well, Oliver more so with Nolan. He was lashing out at him and shit, rightfully so, it's understandable. But he didn't stay whiny about it, through all out. He's showing where he was starting to come around, and then him and Nolan, started to get along and becoming all right or cordial for right now. So, but Nolan knows, hey, he's going to be continuously, working to make it up. So, but at this point, there's hardly anything he can do to make it up for what he's done. So, only thing in that regard you can do is to make it up is to just not be evil no more. Don't be doing no evil shit. So, um, yeah. So, but in this process, at this point in time, while they're fighting this bug, when they defeated it, Nolan was about to kill it off, so he could use that damage for food and shit too. But Oliver stopped him, out of having some sympathy towards the creatures. When he told him, "Hey," he's like, "Well, she needs to. If you kill her, she can't lay more eggs." And Nolan basically, he to show to his son, hey, that he's changed and shit like that from his little murderous rampages and shit. So he showed where he exercised, control and great impulse control by saying like, hey, you're right, son. You're right. So because of that, yeah, because if he did, boom, there would be no more nutrition for Mark. Like they would have to find like another source of nutrition for him to help him to heal properly. So yeah, and it was cool to see how they basically, was training with each other because all that time, everything they did together, all of that was just, uh, the necessary bonding times, that had to be had in order for them to mend something together out of what happened to be able to press on from it, to press forward, and also pressing forward together. But it was cool to see them training each other and shit. And like he said, hey, like I remember said he was right. He needed to train them for the war that's to come because they're right on the eve of that motherfucker. So yeah, yeah. So yeah. But Nolan told him, hey, that it wasn't true. He didn't know. He just, unsure, whatever. I mean, it was just something he wanted to say to help Debbie feel better, and it really didn't. It just made her even more pissed at him. Rightfully so. Rightfully so, which was a dumb move to do. Shit. Like, I can't even come up with words for what this motherfucker should have said after what he did. I'm like, damn. So it's just all of it was well deserved, but yeah. So yeah, he found out about the other guy. Hopes it. Tell me, I hope she's happy and all that shit. But these are one of the things, man, in one of the situations or the type of villainy that a lot of feminists like to jump on. You know, to where they get glee and excitement from seeing man being being bashed upon and shit in all forms of ways, especially when they commit great acts and great sinful acts. They're like, yeah, see how evil men are, blah, blah. Fuck all y'all motherfuckers, crazy ass people, man. Yeah, y'all. But we know Alan, what I mean. But we know Nolan. I don't know. He may be full of shit too. Talking about how he talking about how he love and care for his mother and shit. He may be full of shit. Nolan might be full of shit. Who knows? But when he was telling over that shit. But hey, when they come work together, hey, and grow from it the best way. Betrayal, relationships, and forgiving one another and pressing onward instead of holding that shit and then, you know, causing havoc and all that shit and mayhem. But yeah, so we see like the next scene, man, in this episode, in this latest episode, where Alan in a tech jacket, um they made it, they're there, so by way of help of the I'll say I'm gonna say no fucking space racer. It was another fucking name. A ray gun dude. So yeah, they're there now. They're safe with the coalition army. Regrouping with them to get ready to plan for battle for the war that's about to start. But they didn't know or expect it to kick off like for events to kick off as soon as it did. But dude, man, um, yeah. So the other motherfucker, he scared. He ran off. The dude shot that shit off. His ray gun. It's like damn. I'm questioning, is that the most powerful weapon in their universe right there? Like, damn, that ray gun? Shit. Okay. Of course, they didn't go into origins of the gun, but as we are waiting and excited to see that, if they ever do. Yeah, so tell me about all that, man. About this episode, what you guys think. And I thought it was gross and crazy. I'm like, oh man, these motherfuckers, man, they eating whole bugs and shit. These motherfuckers eating whole bugs. They gotta do what they gotta do what they gotta do to survive though. And when they caught that fish together too, showing the little obvious bond and father and son bond that they never had together, you know. So you see that, hey, that was, I can say that's pretty cool for Oliver. So them catching that big ass fish, because well, if it wasn't for Nolan's help, Man, like, oh boy, that motherfucker would have never been able to caught that fish when he helped him out by pulling that pole. That big gigantic fish came out, man. Something crazy, dude. I'm like, damn. So yeah. So yeah. They met up with so Alan and Tech Jacket there, they met up with Taylor. Taylor. Yeah, Taylor, who is Alan's girlfriend, from there on Don't Tell Australia, where the home base of the coalition army. So who where Thaddeus, he's running everything. The former Viltrumite, who was tagged as known as the betrayer, the one whom Thrag is blaming for killing Argal, their great leader that they revered, whom Skull he keeps everywhere he goes. I'm like, why do that shit? Like, why not just keep it on your planet? Like, is it like what you use it as a good luck charm, motherfucker? Like to help increase your y'all morale or some shit for battle or some shit like that? I don't fucking know. But keep that in mind as we get to the end of it. So yeah, so she's there, and and she tells him, hey, she's like, hey, babe, guess what? He's like, well, we got someone else here to see you. Who? Battle Beast. He's like, now I have a complaint with him on this one, on what y'all did with Battle Beast on this one, but I'll get there. He's like, like battle, like he gave him like no small talk, none of that shit. Battle Beast is straight to the point. He's like you promised me battle. You promised me more battles. I want more battles. Yeah. You see old girl turn her head because she's like, oh my God, he's just so loud. And Alan, he's smiling happy because he's like, yeah, we got another juggernaut on the squad, damn it. Shit, he's like, hey, bud. He's like, how you feel about war, man? What do you think about war, man? So I'm like, damn. So I'm like, so now Battle Beast, he's on the squad now. But yeah, I'm gonna get out there, man. Yeah, because he was there fighting and shit, There on he was there fighting on Telestria, right? But he didn't. I was gonna save it, but yeah. But my complaint was is that with Battle Beast is that I didn't believe he got enough screen time. Like I should gave him just like a little bit more screen time at least, showing him fighting off against one of the Viltrumites. All y'all did was just show him fighting, while him screaming like, "Oh, he's being the what? The only one that's so super hype and ready for battle." I'm like, come on, it make more sense to show him, putting in that work instead of just putting in a little bit of work on some small fries. Damn mosquito sign. I don't know how. Yeah, I'm like, damn, man. Like, oh, you should show him, man, like fighting a Viltrumite or two. Like, damn, like, give my boy what he wants, and you guys give him what he wants. Is going to excite me and wanting to see more of that shit. Come on, man. Man, it's Battle Beast, son. Like, stop it. So, Yeah. And, yeah, so they're there. We got, man, what they showed in the next scene. And yeah, Battle Beast, he's there, he joined the squad. Yeah, and Alan and Zoe, they talking with Thaddeus. And Omni Man and Oliver and Mark, they're they're still stranded, but yeah, but Mark, yeah, he's going facial at that point. While he's recovering, Oliver, you know, yep, he really he opens up with Omni Man. He stopped giving him shit. Yep, and so in this scene, yep, we see where they're all battling, damn it, with the Viltrumites, Alan, Battle Beast, and Zoe. Everybody, they're battling with the Battle Beast. I mean, with the Viltrumites, and man, that was a bloody battle too, man. That Anessa bitch, I'm like, man, she does have a sexy form about her, but I'm like, oh wait, I'm talking about rough coochie shit. What y'all think, man? What y'all think about this? I know somebody, right, who says a dude, not a chick, a dude that said that they can't wait till the Mark grape scene of Mark getting grape. They can't wait for that scene of him getting grape by that Viltrumite bitch, Anessa or whatever. I'm like, man, that is wild. Because he said he don't look at it as grape. Because oh man, yeah, that's you brainwashed, evil, wicked ass motherfuckers. I'm like, yeah, come on, man, get away from me. So kid may end up coming out of it, damn, but hey, so. But man, they are battling in this point, man. I'm like, damn, dude, like that bitch, man. That's a man. Like she came through giving Tech Jacket though the business too. That was about to take her out. Like taking this bitch through some buildings and shit, like on some Superman battling fucking Doomsday type of shit, or or some Goku shit, like what I mean, where superpower motherfuckers able to fly around all that shit and go through buildings and shit like that. Yeah, like sending a motherfucker flying through buildings. Yeah, that's some shit. And she was about to take her ass out, all up until those boys showed up. Mark came in and rescued her ass, knocked that bitch away, send her off flying. Shit. But yeah, but Omni Man, but at this point, they are Omni Man. He continues to train Oliver. Mark, he started to wake up. He spoke for the first time during his sleep. Oh, what the hell are you saying? But showing basically, hey, where he's healing, he's coming back to. But it was cool that, and by, what I mean, when he's starting to open up to him, as you obviously can see, is that he, uh, open up to him about, asking him, hey, to tell him about his mother, and telling him that, hey, that he's going to miss it there on that planet that they had to spend 3 months on while by hiding from not hiding from the wheelchair mice, um, but more so just staying there because they couldn't move Mark, because Mark had to stay stationary. But he said, that he's going to miss it, man, because, that he's going to miss that, not really that place, but that time that he spent with his father, with Nolan. Yeah, I'm like, damn, I'm sure. Glad, he wasn't like on some long term, not stubborn, but just long term resentful with his shit. That it didn't take him long to get over it. Well, I guess he took the advice of not necessarily advice, but he really he started reeling in and accepting it of what Nolan was telling him about about his race, his mother, him and his mother's race. That because their lifespan is so short, they made it a practice to not hold on to shit for so long. You know what I mean? To basically to recognize what the problem was, okay, what the person did and all that shit, boom, but to make sure to forgive and to move on, to move forward. Because of recognizing the time was too short to have your life be consumed by just hatred and anger towards someone. Especially when both of you motherfuckers have the same lifespans. So yeah. So yeah. It was cool to see that basically, that their bond got stronger, from that time they spent together. Yeah. Yeah, and also at this point too, where you see the scene where Thrag is pissed at the fact that the coalition has managed to overcome and to convert their their forces of the planets that they conquered over to their forces or to the coalition. So making it towards slowly but surely, that they will be like severely outnumbered and outmatched. So I was super pissed about that. Growing up on Earth, what he experienced. That was a pretty cool little father and son moment. As they was walking, talking, but when they got back to their camp, they see Mark was gone. Like, damn, but he woke up and he was over there at the gravesite, thinking that they have died. But nah, he said, no, that's just a burial site uh, for conquest. Because He's looking shocked, not wondering, not knowing how long he was out for. And that's what Nolan told him. He's like, "Then 3 months." He's like, "Damn." But that's pretty cool. But yeah. And so you best believe he tells Mark, what's going on, and well, for not 3 months. I'm sorry, he was out for what? Yeah, I think it was 3 months. Or was it 2 or 3 months? Yeah. They told him, hey, the war started. Boom, they're going to, boom. If he's all good, go now. Hey, he had all the time to rest and sleep. Shit. Hey, it's time to go now. Damn it, get on man mode. So, and it was crazy too. I'm like, damn. When I see, I'm like, damn. So one of the security guys, one of the security defense monitors, like I noticed, I'm like, damn, what the hell? It seems like he's up to no good. So he basically clearly show where he's a op, where he's a mole for the Viltrumites. That fat alien that was sitting, it was sitting there at the monitoring their planetary defense systems and shit. Yeah, that motherfucker lowered the defense just so Thrag can come through and make his surprise attack. I'm like, oh hell no. That motherfucker's the cause of so many lives to being taken away. So I'm like, so if his ass don't get killed, or they don't, hey, if they catch his ass, they're gonna. It's well deserved of them throwing their foot up his ass and then some. So I'm like, damn, man. So I'm like, yeah, so that's how all that started. So yeah, so he ordered his army to kill everyone. Sure as hell did. Yeah, I'm seeing like, damn, Thaddeus too. He's also fighting. I'm like, damn. I'm like, shit. He wasn't bullshit, but showing that hey, he's in this fight too. That he wasn't just gonna plan on just being on some weak bitch made shit. But he's yeah. Where he showed them he's not all about just allowing them, damn it, everybody else just fight the war for him and shit while he just sit back and politic and shit. No, he's in the fight, damn it. And that motherfucker is no slouch either, boy. Even though he ain't fought in a minute and all that shit, none of that, and boy, in centuries, but that old man still got it, damn it. He still got it. Shit, that motherfucker, hey, he's taking motherfuckers out, snapping. So I'm like, hot damn. I'm like, boy, that's off the damn chain. Then yeah, and again, like I said, Battle Beast should have got a little bit more screen time, especially if y'all giving him that proper screen time of showing him getting some true battle in. Damn it, you know what I mean, by facing off against at least 2 or 3 Viltrumites at once, type of shit. Like, give me that shit. That's what he want, damn it, and that's what the hell I want to see. Cause I know, damn it, he will be. Hey, I know, boy, he'll be coming with some fierce power for their ass. Yep, and yeah, but that's what I told you about. Where Mark saves Zoe from being taken out by that Nessa bitch, that Viltrumite bitch. Oh God, are you? But her shit, hey, just as they said when these guys think it was anime video. Shout out to them brothers again who helped out, or was it somebody? Or was it them or somebody? I believe it was them that gave me the info to give us the background of a tech jacket, and the history, the origins of that tech. So is that whoever it passes on by wearer to wearer. They don't. So therefore, the only way to take it off is if the wearer chooses to give it away or passes it on as they are dying, type of shit. Which is how she received the tech jacket. So yeah. So as this is tech is a little uh I'll say as the tech is basically a little uh mysterious. I'll just give it that, like a little mysterious, because with the elements that it has within it to cause it to be able to regenerate and to have this default command to not take it off, or whatever, of the wearer shouldn't take it off, like that they should, that it's programmed to remain bound to the wearer at all times. I'm like, damn. So my motherfucker, like, what if you got to use the restroom or some shit? Like, damn, just like motherfucker, like, damn. What if you're trying to? What if you're trying to get some? Damn the hell, you can't even take the damn suit off. Ain't that a bitch? Or the motherfucker's gonna form a condom for you or something, or whatever the fuck. I don't know. But yeah, because they never showed this bitch with her suit off. But that was a intriguing, little mysterious element for me right there. So I'm like, hey, that's fine. Yep. So the boys are there arriving. Yep, and they gets it in, boy, and they start going in there beating ass. And yep, and I am loving every minute of it. They're beating ass, damn it, uh, and they smashed and as they was fighting, Mark hinted, because he was the first one to peep it out, and decided to come with that decision, which I don't know why. Uh, Nolan and whatever, I guess they just chose to make a Mark the one to come with the thought and the idea that will help keep them from annihilating and killing like a whole civilization by way of their ships, because their ships was giving some powerful blasts. So to take those beams out, he decided to take those motherfuckers out by way of smashing that damn ship in half. And he hollered for Oliver to come. He's like, "Hey, come with me." He's like, "Come with me, bro." And then Oliver's, asked him like, "Hey, what's going?" Oh, he's like, "Okay," he quickly figured it out. Boom, he caught it quick, or what Mark was trying to do. So, and they did, and it was kind of weird how blue smoke came out of the from the explosion after they penetrated the ship. I was like, wow, that was kind of like weird little phenomenon for me, right? But anyway, uh, yeah, I was like, shoot, that was cool. That's awesome, showing them, damn it, piercing through the damn ship together like that. So, yeah, that's badass. That's a decent sight. I like to see that right there. That was awesome. So, and by that, boom, and keep in mind, the skull, Argos skull, was kept on the ship because obviously, like I said before, for some reason, Thrag, he carries that with him basically everywhere he goes, and with the ship smashed and the damn and to keep the damn skull from being lost, Thrag hurries up them and flies over to her and captures it. And that since that was the safety of that was all on his mind, that motherfucker just said, "Fuck the war, fuck the battle," for right then and there, fuck the surprise attack. Uh, yeah, he was like, "Yeah, we gotta go, man, we gotta go." So he decided to quickly, boom, to call the retreat so they can regroup and set another plan in motion. And you motherfuckers about to plan, motherfucker. Because the motherfuckers got a virus. Motherfuckers got a battle beast, a ray gun. Son. And I'll be trying to do some of these individual or whatever, but my purpose of putting all these reviews together and making it to where it's not this long, it's this long, by the way, because of the this stream that I had to cover. So that I had to throw in there, which was related to guys who are geeks, uh, who are geeks and they're all right when it comes to comic books and shit like that. So yeah, so it's part of Geek-verse. So yeah, I had to share that and gave my 2 cents for you guys, and then hopefully you guys was able to take something from that, with some level of understanding. Uh, but yeah, but I may end up just covering the next episode of this individually. So when I give it a sum of it like this means I'm trying to cram it all together down into that one stream. So because as you can't blame me, because yeah, there's so much shit coming out. So what the fuck? you know, it is what it is, as they say. But yeah, after the battle died down, both Viltrumites left. What I mean, they and those soldiers, what I mean, from those civilizations that the Viltrumites conquered and forced to fight for them. Yeah, they were smart enough. I forgot who, but I think it was Nolan that said that gave that command for them to not to kill them, but to just knock them out, whatever, so they can just use them as prisoners of war, really, but in a way, but setting them free at the same time from the vicious rule of the Viltrumites. So technically, basically, they're freeing them, subduing them to free them, in a sense. So yeah, but they found the mole, which was that I don't know his damn race, or that motherfucker's name, but they found it as his buddy, because Alan was about to snatch him up too, because they figured out. It was like, oh man, so it was your ass. So you sold us out to little Viltrumites, that little motherfucker. It is right to be pissed because when a motherfucker coming to you like that with something that you didn't do and you totally blameless. Yeah, you are a full fledged right to get that pissed like he did and pull that laser pistol out, damn it, and blast his coworker in the head. But then I thought the motherfucker was out, bro. I thought he was dead. That motherfucker was still talking to too, like he wasn't dead. I was like, why the fuck you talking to that motherfucker now? Like, you should have lashed out at him and shit like that. And boom, it did pop his ass. But nah, that motherfucker was still living. He woke up and it was like, oh man, nah, it was blah. I feared the Viltrumites, I feared they would kill me because I feared that we would lose. And I remember that we're gonna lose. So I just, I decided to go ahead and work for them. They're gonna make that motherfucker make up for everything. So they made him have to spill the beans about everything. Boom, that telling them that the Thrag is going to be going over to back to Viltrum, to their home planet, to regroup and recover. And at this time, Thaddeus had the quick thought of like, well, this could be a good opportunity then to go there and use a simple, typical tactical battle strategy, which is to take out your enemy while they're wounded and still recovering before they recover and take you out. So yeah, so he spread that idea. He spread that out. Thetis, he spread that idea to him. So that to hop over there to Viltrum. And Mark had that shocked look on his face, like that. We're going to Viltrum. Like shit, the home planet of my ancestors. Yeah, and I'm like, I wonder what happened to all those billions of Viltrum bodies that was floating around like a ray belt around the planet. I'm like, did they will like eviscerate their bodies? Like, did they turn them to ash or something, or what? So I was like, I don't know what's up with that, but anyway, so yeah, we are waiting for the next episode on that tip, man. So yeah, thank you guys for coming through, man. This is awesome, and so yeah, uh, yeah, and to mention something back with and to bring up something that I forgot to mention when in regards to the boys. Yes, I am pissed when it comes to what happened with A Train. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn. You know, I'm like, why did they have to take my boy out like that, man? Like this early and like just like that instead of like something like, y'all could have made it a little bit more grand and shit. Y'all just had this little cheesy interference, this bullshit interference where A Train gets taken out by way of the help of an innocent, just passerby who was getting out of her damn car, walking across the street at late at night and shit. Was, on her phone, just yapping. And it's just, but the thing is, I'm like, okay, it's like I gotta blame the fucking creators, the writers for this. I'm like, motherfuckers, y'all basically gave us who he ended up becoming like a hero for what he did because of him coming through helping them, you know, to escape. When he came to the camp to help them escape, he ran from Homelander to Homelander called up to him. He called up to him because this damn woman in the street, she was just there and I don't think she seen him, but he seen her. I think she may have had a like shocked look on her face. Yeah, well after what? Yeah, of course. Yeah, after she seen uh, the incredible impact of wind that went past her. Yeah, I mean that kind of shock, but he was more so shocked because he's like, "Oh shit!" kind of look, and then he ends up fucking tripping and shit. Then just rolling this motherfucking road like I don't know how many yards. But he came to the spot there in this in the woods, and it's dark, and Homelander popped up, managed to catch up to him, and choking him out till he snapped his neck. Y'all could have done better with A Train. I mean that shit. Y'all could have done better with A Train. So, you know, I was like, damn, man, that sucked. I'm like, you had to do that to a black superhero. Uh, y'all created a black hero, a black superhero, supposed to be a speedster, imitation. I was like, a weak imitation of from what we've seen when it comes to your Quicksilver and definitely more predominantly the Flash and the rest of the speedsters in the DC universe. Like this is the weakest one. Like you got to be a weak speedster if you like can't control your speed like that, to where you can't, to where you couldn't fizz through the woman or see her, damn it, to where in a manner in the name of where you're basically everything else is around you is slowing down, but you are the one that's moving fast. And all the other species are able to catch themselves. All the people in the Flash that ran around, ran through, literally phased through. Like you couldn't give him any of those kind of abilities. Just a weak diet version of of the prominent speedsters that we know of. Come on, y'all. And y'all take them out like that to where y'all least to okay, so therefore that way y'all can tell us, oh well, at least we gave you a black superhero you know who has speed powers, who was a speedster. Get the hell on somewhere, man. Like, come on. I'm like, y'all could have done better. But that was my last bit for the boys. And yeah, waiting for the next episode. Should be next week or this coming soon. But yeah, but for the Invincible, for the Invincible team, shout out to you guys this episode, man. This season has been wild. So it seems it's going to continue to get better as it has to from here on out because the war started. It's already on. They went back and retreated to regroup, but he also retreated to regroup because he wanted to protect the skull of Argyle, their highest supreme leader they ever had, that the whole Viltrum planet revered. So, yeah, but shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for coming through. Thank you guys for coming through, man. Hey, appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the like, share, subscribe, hit the follow over here on the Rumble side, so you can also be notified for when I go live on the Rumble for movie and anime nights, which we are about to have real soon. Especially after I get done downloading these 2 episodes. So yeah, so I shall be kicking that off, so you guys can be aware and be anticipated for that. So yeah, so I can get that started. And please bless the Cash App too, the Hanma Force. Hit the Cash App if you're willing, which should be in the description. And yeah, and in the live replay chat, if you guys are able to see it after the stream. Um, and yeah, I was thinking about some other things I may have to say in relation to. Yeah, no, if anything else, I'll save it for the Rumble. But yeah, but thank you guys for coming through. I'm not your fan. I'm not your stand for. I am brother. 1 versus a million. Thank you guys. thank you guys for your time. So, Shigai Ray Hanma, 1 versus a million. I am out. Peace. I'm trying to get our intro, our outro.